will say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. All right. Let us continue the transmission. This time, this segment titled Ringing the Bell. We are talking about the idea of Bell Rock, the center of the vortex, and why our ship is positioned above that. This vortex is connected to many others that form kind of a semicircle around it, spreading out across the lower southwest and to the west of your North American continent. But the Sedona vortex being the one that we are adding our energy to help balance out the energy of transformation, to make it smoother and easier for you to transform within the vortex, to use the vortex in more positive ways, to deal with the magnification and amplification that happens when you bring into that vortex whatever it is, positive or negative, that you bring in with you, so that you can let go of those things that are out of alignment and incorporate more of the things that are in alignment with who you prefer to be. Now, the Sedona vortex connects to a very powerful portal in the area known as Upheaval Dome in Utah. This is a powerful portal that is very large, that allows for what we might call a lot of traffic from other dimensions, other realities, to pass through or arrive in to your reality. This is why it encompasses the area also known to you lately as Skinwalker Ranch, and why there are many things happening there that are now being discovered by all of you. These portals are available to those who understand how to set up the right frequency to enter them, to pass through them. And you're beginning to discover that the frequency of 1.6 gigahertz is what allows you, when broadcasting, to get a feedback signal that the portal has opened. That is what the feedback signals represent. The opening of the portal, when you hear the feedback, you know the portal is open. So projecting that particular frequency and getting the feedback is what lets you know that the portal is allowing passage. Upheaval Dome is an impact crater that has created certain magnetic effects in that area that allows the electromagnetic portal to exist between dimensions. And when we talk about the idea of ringing the bell, it is what we have just described as sending out the proper frequency and getting the feedback, getting the ring, making the bell ring, the portal ring, so that you know it is open and gives you access to other levels of consciousness, other dimensions of reality. And therefore, though it hasn't yet been tried, but will be tried in the future, the idea of taking that frequency and projecting it in the Sedona vortex will also create many surprises and many experiences that will allow you to continue to compile more data, more understanding, and more information about how these vortices work and what they can allow you to connect to. Thank you for your synchronous ringing of the bell. And so, not only can you do this with technology, as demonstrated in your programs, but you can also do it within yourselves by forming a gathering around Bell Rock and allowing yourself in your imagination to create the Om vibration and then projecting it physically outward, Om, but knowing while you're doing that, that you impart to it from your imagination the 1.6 gigahertz frequency. Let the Om carry the frequency into Bell Rock, penetrating it and adding to the electromagnetic vortex that it is the heart of. So just by doing your normal oming, your normal meditative chanting, but by imagining and projecting the 1.6 gigahertz frequency into it, you can begin to experience some changes, some frequency changes, some feedback changes, some feelings, some shiftings, some experiences, especially in opening up the portal to your dream time and seeing what happens in your dream time that allows you to begin to connect etherically with many other dimensions, many other beings, and then let it slowly leak into your physical reality, becoming more and more lucid in the physical reality dream. So it is a process, but you can begin it by chanting around Bell Rock and imagining that frequency being projected into the stone and into the electromagnetic vortex. Do you understand? Yes. All right. Now, if you look at the configuration also of the natural formation of Bell Rock, you can see that even though it doesn't actually appear to be similar, if you were to take, let us say, the Great Pyramid of Giza and overlap it on Bell Rock, you would see some similar proportions. The idea is wide at the base, narrow at the top, in precisely the appropriate angles to create the vortex, because it is mimicking, in a sense, in a round formation, the same idea that the pyramid creates as well. So it is like having a circular pyramid of natural stone that is electromagnetically activated. So you can consider Bell Rock to be a type of pyramid, though it doesn't look anything like the pyramids you are used to, but it functions in a similar way. One thing that can also be done to amplify your experience is in the meditations we have talked about, in the chanting, and in the projection of that frequency in that area. You may find if you relax into that vibration, it may actually promote the idea more easily for you of lucid dreaming and astral projection. Because this is the idea behind the Great Pyramid of Giza. In the king's chamber and in the stone coffer, the priests would create this chant, this vibration, this frequency, which would allow them more efficacy at astral projection. So they could go into other dimensions, bring back information that would aid and assist the population. This is something that the ancient Atlanteans taught them and was incorporated into their Egyptian civilization after the fall of Atlantis. So Bell Rock can perform much the same function, though you won't necessarily find the same kinds of inner chambers. The idea of getting it to resonate according to the frequencies we have just described will allow you to tap into the vortex in a way that can promote, again, more efficacy with the idea of lucid dreaming and astral projection by doing the chant that we have just described. Also, you may find that doing different kinds of frequencies with the chanting will allow you to tap into different beings, different levels of consciousness, not only of your own consciousness, but different realities, different beings that inhabit different levels, different realities. And by doing the chant and doing traditional American Indian chanting and projecting that same frequency, you may find that you will be able to evoke the dimension or the in-between dimensions that house the Kachinas. The Kachina spirits are very strong in the Sedona area in terms of their coming and going from the vortex. You do not always see them. They are usually invisible to you, but you can allow your senses to stretch to the point where you can begin to perceive them and their comings and goings and their connection to the land and their connection to the energies of the people of the land. By doing the chanting that is most traditional, with the drum chants of the American Indian people in the area. By setting that up, you can increase the vibration and frequency of the vortex, as has been demonstrated in the Skinwalker Ranch area with native drumming, causing an increase in the frequency of the energy of the vortex. Thus, you can replicate that here as well, very strongly, and connect to the idea of the Kachina spirits, and allow your senses to be able to begin to perceive them, first perhaps as transparent forms, and then perhaps as spheres of light, and then perhaps in the archetypal form in which the American Indians presented them. The idea then is to understand that you have in your midst a kind of a telephone to many different dimensions. With the right input, you will get different kinds of output. With the chanting and the frequencies in your imagination and inputting those frequencies into the vortex, you can call forth and develop more relation to not only your own higher mind and your spirit guides and spirit family, but also many dimensions of beings that are more than willing to communicate with you and together form a new understanding, a new reality, using the portal to accelerate and transform your reality and to accelerate the evolution of humanity, and also make connections to many of the extraterrestrial sources, and in particular, in this day and age, to make connections to the hybrids that will eventually come to live among you. Sedona is, and the outlying areas of Sedona in general, though we will not name a specific point, is one of the candidates for the sanctuaries for the hybrid children. But out in nature, not in proximity at first to the idea of the civilization, to the town itself, but in the surrounding nature, among the trees, where the rivers are, where the water flows, where the trees grow, where the wind blows, where the animals gather, where the crows crow, where the coyotes howl. In that natural environment, a sanctuary will naturally form, and the hybrid children will gravitate to it. So what you are doing in the chanting and the inputting of the frequency is creating the vortex of Bell Rock to ring like a beacon, to attract them to the area, to let them know that you are willing to set up that frequency for them, to encourage them to adopt the area in the surrounding natural zone as one of the sanctuaries, allowing yourself to create that frequency of compatibility vibrationally for them, and a stronger connection between your energy and their energy. So in this ringing of the bell, there are many functions that can aid and assist in accelerating your energy and accelerating the evolution of humanity, with the idea of the invitation and arrival of the hybrids that will eventually come to live among you, in order for Earth to evolve toward what we have called the 6th hybrid race. We thank you for allowing us to share this information with you, and we encourage you to go to the area, do your chanting, do your drumming, and do the vibrational inputting that will allow the vortex of Sedona to become a calling card and an invitation, ringing true to those who will come, to those who will once be among you one day. We thank you for allowing us to share this, and in return for this gift, I ask you now, in what way may we be of service to you? You may continue, if you wish, with your dialogues and questions.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I'm so grateful to speak to you today.
As are we, deeply appreciative of the opportunity to speak with you as well.
So you said yesterday that you found a way to remember the Thuk, whose species make interactions with them be forgotten afterwards.
Yes.
And I'm curious, how did you find a way to remember them? What technique did you use?
We came together telepathically as a civilization and scanned all of the frequencies that were emanating from the Thuk home world, and thus found the one that would be vibrationally compatible with us to retain the memory. Sort of, I suppose, in a way, what you and your technology in computer parlance might call a backdoor.
Oh. Is there any way that us as humans can utilize this technique for remembering interdimensional experiences?
When you are telepathically bonded with your entire civilization, yes. As an individual at this particular time, low probability.
Okay. So, I find my soul expressing itself in this incarnation as a queer, trans, non-binary, gender fluid person.
All right.
And this year, I followed my excitement and started to create monthly events for my queer community in Los Angeles.
All right.
To connect in nature and to meet in places that weren't bars or places with loud music and not centered around alcohol. So in my events, we really focus on creating a space where we can be free and more natural and not be more natural, less normal, like you've encouraged us to do. We play games, we have cuddle puddles, we are openly talk about sexuality and deep conversations. Yes.
You got somebody excited.
Yes. So on the surface, it might seem like a social event or speed dating event, but truly my deeper intention has been to always connect ourselves to our higher selves, and it's really a spiritual connection that I have for my intention.
Yes, all right.
So I call this passion Venus in Aquarius, and in my own birth chart, I'm Venus in Aquarius, and I'm curious to hear from you what the energy of Venus in Aquarius is.
Love pouring out.
Beautiful. Thank you.
You are welcome.
So I'm holding a spherical rose quartz that I bring to my events.
All right.
One to represent and honor Venus and radiate love energy, and to also intentionally invite any beings to peer through. Like I know those crystals beside you are ways that beings can peer through, like eyes, right?
It can be used that way by those who are vibrationally compatible with that permission slip, yes.
Cool. So I've invited you and the Esasani to come to my events and join us, and any beings that want to. So.
Many of us have already eavesdropped.
Oh! That makes me so excited. Because when I was planning the first event, I was driving on the freeway, and a car drove in front of me, and the license plate said UFO party.
Synchronicity abounds.
Yes, so I'm so thrilled to know that you've been there, or you've eavesdropped.
Do you not think we know all the things that are going on your planet?
Oh, I know you do.
All the transformations and changes taking place toward the evolution of humanity.
Beautiful.
This is what we monitor.
And there's been lots of amazing representation of queer identities in our society and media lately, and I've seen the younger generation feel safer to come out of the closet. But at the same time this year, so many anti-trans and anti-LGBT bills have been passed that invalidate and discriminate us and make it hard for us to get healthcare or feel safe. Trans people continue to get murdered for just being themselves, and so many of my own peers feel nervous just to hold our lovers' hands in public.
Yes.
So yesterday you were mentioning a lot about being in service to others, and this is my way of being in service. So I'm curious, is there anything I can know how to better serve my community?
Understand that the events going on reflect the idea that the spirit is everything and nothing, and can be anything. And it is a reminder to humanity to connect more with spirit and allow that spirit to inform the person as to what their journey is, no matter what. Because again, this transformation is important to take place on your planet at this time, to remind people that the spirit is everything and nothing.
Everything and nothing. Like,
It is no particular gender and thus can be any gender.
thank
Because your spirit is your spirit and it is all things. Just as all that is all things. So this is a way to allow those who harbor fears, who are afraid to look within, afraid to connect consciously with Source, that is all things, and afraid to be reminded that they can be all things that they need to be. So you are demonstrating as a living example that humans are more than the boxes that you have put yourselves in for a long time. That you are now expressing outside the box, outside the limitations of human mind, of physical mind, that you are connecting more to the idea of the malleability and flexibility that is inherent in spirit. That you are all living a dream, and in that dream anything is possible. And everyone in that dream can be in love.
Thank you so much.
Well, I had nothing to do with it. That's just the way it is.
I feel it when I'm with my community. I feel like we're on this spiritual wavelength of just being so
Yes.
transcendent. And
All right.
yes.
And transformation.
Transformation, yes. So my whole life has changed since I've started to do these events and take these big risks. And recently I got
Taking what?
taking
Risks?
making a big choice.
Thank you. Because being yourself is the least risky thing you can do. Trying to be something you're not is taking a risk.
Thank you. That's beautiful. So, being more myself,
Yes.
I've manifested working at a vegan animal sanctuary
Yes.
where my job is to connect with animals and learn about their stories of how they got rescued from abuse.
All right.
And I get to talk about and take people on tours of how we can reduce suffering and
All right.
really be intentional about the things we eat. So I'm curious about how I can connect more telepathically with these animals.
You send them imagery. Remember, they think in pictures,
Okay.
not in words.
Okay.
So you send them the image of the scenario that you propose. They will follow. They will understand.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
Will that do?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bashar.
Hello.
And you, good day.
Day. I don't have a question. I just wanted to say thank you for... Lord Jesus, I knew I was going to cry. God, every time. I just want to say thank you.
You are welcome, and we thank you.
Okay.
Hello,
And you, good day.
Kevin from Germany.
And I'm Bernard, his translator and also the collector of the questions. So, since we are in Sedona, about the vortex in Sedona, above Bell Rock, where is it the strongest point, or how big is the vortex in total?
Bell Rock is the center and the strongest point.
So this is the center, and the round spots on it are the main energy points, or it doesn't matter?
The vortex encompasses the entire area.
Okay.
If you are anywhere near Sedona, you are in the vortex. But the center is Bell Rock.
Okay, so the area is whole Sedona of the vortex.
Repeat?
The whole Sedona city area is the vortex, and this is the
Is
center.
in the vortex, yes. It extends way beyond the city limits.
Good to hear, right? And on this point, I also visited Bosnia and the Bosnian pyramids. What is the vortex there, and is it also connected?
The Bosnian pyramid is a little bit different. It is a vortex that connects to parallel realities very strongly. And there are beings, people like yourselves in alternate versions of Earth that have their own version of that pyramid in their reality too. Many of them are a little bit more advanced than your culture is at this point, and some of them actually are investigating the tunnels in the Bosnian pyramid and observing that beings such as yourselves from your reality and other realities are also investigating it. They're not revealing themselves yet, but they can sense all of you. They have the technology to do that, and one day an encounter will take place within the tunnels in that Bosnian pyramid between different parallel realities.
Nice, yeah, I already saw the shapes of the beings, but a two-way encounter, so like two parallel realities will meet each other in the future.
Yes.
Exciting.
Yes.
And there are also stone spheres in Bosnia. Can you say a little bit about them, what frequency they do, a purpose, or how can we utilize them now?
They represent connections vibrationally to the planets, different star systems.
So every stone sphere represents like a star, or?
A star system, yes. A planet in a star system, a civilization in a star system.
Every single sphere represents like one planet, and then it's like spread around, basically then. Do I understand this right?
Repeat.
That every stone sphere represents a planet or a star, and it's spread around.
Yes, you have vibrational connections, communication connections to different civilizations in different star systems.
Yes, and about this Aum, or some says it's Aum with A, or some say
it doesn't matter how you spell it.
Okay, I just wanted to ask if you maybe can repeat it a few times for us.
Sufficient?
Thank you. And another funny questions. Will we have later also kids with the hybrids?
Eventually, yes. This is how you become the sixth hybrid race.
Very exciting.
Yes. All 6 hybrid races in 1,000 years of your time will then begin to merge to become the Anuhet, the 7th hybrid race.
And
I thought that was your last question.
So is it or not?
You tell us.
Are there any other interesting vortexes near Sedona?
I already told you about Upheaval Dome.
Okay.
That will be all that we need to mention today.
Okay. Then, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Good day, everyone. I love you all so much. It's such a pleasure being here. So thank you for reflecting to me and to all of us the unconditional love and support of creation.
It is our passion and our pleasure to do so.
This reflection has helped me through many challenging moments, including the transition and transformation of my beautiful twin brother.
All right.
I, too, have transformed negative into positive and darkness into light. My life has bloomed exponentially by following my highest excitement to the best of my ability with no insistence on the outcome while staying in a positive state regardless of the circumstance.
And don't forget the 5th point.
And taking action upon
examining your belief systems and letting go of those that are out of alignment with who you true to be.
Yes. Thank
All
you.
right. So that means then if you are following it as precisely as you indicate, you have no questions. Or do you?
I do have questions. I would like to continue my statements and say that I honor and dedicate this communication to my brother, for his death and life has given me endless gifts, for I am eternally grateful, and thank you. I am very excited about this topic of Bell Rock. We were at Bell Rock the other day, and on the northwest side of Bell Rock, there's these, I call them like fey cliff dwellings almost, these little holes. And I found myself ohming into them to ring the bell. And so I'm curious are there elemental beings that are a part of these holes?
Absolutely.
Can you give us any specific information on these beings?
No.
No. Okay. Recently, I had a significant dream where my mother and I...
One moment. Find, synchronistically or otherwise, a member of a local tribe that can tell you more about the elementals connected to the area.
Okay. I will allow synchronicity to guide me. So, I recently had a dream where my mother and I it seemed like we're in a hotel event center, and her and I were trying to escape the area that we were in. We were trying to get away for some reason. And then all of a sudden, I found myself and her in this room with all closed doors, and there is a few other people in the room as well. And we were all sitting down, and there was a door, and we all knew not to open the door because eventually there was going to be a gray that was going to step through this doorway. And we were all a little frightened of when that moment was going to come. And all of a sudden, I saw my twin brother. He manifested in the dream, and really innocently and joyfully, he's like, "Oh, a door, let me open this." And so he goes ahead and opens it, and out walks a albino Sasquatch about 10 feet tall. And my brother sees this Sasquatch and starts to go into psychic shock and almost passes out. And the Sasquatch lovingly and compassionately grabs him and holds on to him to help him collect himself. And I was wondering if you can give me any more insight on that dream.
Do not be afraid of the power of your own higher mind.
Okay, well said. And
of course, partially blended with a memory of being on board a spacecraft.
okay. So,
And also, partially blended with the idea of interdimensional travel,
okay.
because the Sasquatch can do that naturally.
Okay. So I feel that the hybrids are helping us
Yes.
activate our inner Sasquatch.
Well, yes, in a sense.
Yeah.
It can be done that way, since you do still contain the genetics that eventually evolved into the Sasquatch for those early hominids that were not altered by the Anunnaki.
Yes, okay. In December of 2010, I was at a concert in Denver, Colorado, and had a wonderful time. And as I was exiting the concert, I felt myself pulled magnetically towards this being, towards somebody standing near the exit. And as I bumped into this person, I lost consciousness, and I felt this shock go up my spine, and I felt as if spirit was breathing me all in just this instant. And when I opened back my eyes, this person was wearing a shirt that resembled exactly the experience that I had. And I stood next to this person and asked him, I felt like he was an alien. And so I was like, "Hey, so what's your name?" And he told me his name was Niram. I was like, "Okay, yeah, he's..." Okay. So I was like, so, Neron, where are you from? And he chuckles and looks at me. He's like, I'm from here. I'm from around here. I was like, oh, you know. Anyways, this was a really big event for me and really triggered me to start evolving more. So I was wondering, was this being a precursor, or was he a member of the hybrids or an extraterrestrial?
One moment. We are seeing what we are allowed to say. This is what would be called a precursor imprint. In other words, a precursor is telepathically using a human being from your planet to radiate the vibration of a precursor to trigger certain experiences within humans that may run into them.
Okay.
So you are touching into the vibration of a precursor with a human being used as a transmission device.
Interesting.
So it's one step removed, but you are experiencing the vibration of a precursor.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
So earlier this year, I was practicing a channeling course, and I was working with somebody who channels the IL and other beings as well. And I had some private sessions with him and practiced channeling in front of a live group as well. And I suppose it felt really odd to me. I felt like once I was done with the channeling, I wasn't that excited about channeling anymore, as if I was just making up everything on the spot and fooling other people.
Yes.
And
it doesn't have to be your way of doing things. It's part of your exploration, and you can decide whether or not it's correct for you.
Okay.
There are other forms of channeling, remember.
Yeah.
Channeling is something all of you do when you are doing what you love. You go into the channeling state. So how you choose to express it creatively is up to you.
Okay. Thank you for saying that, and that helps me try, or not try, but act on more of a, I could say, a grounded way of channeling. Because
Yes.
I feel like I'm channeling like in every moment. And
In a sense, you
yeah.
are. Remember that you're all channeling your human personality
Okay.
constantly. So you're always in a type of channeling state. But in terms of the physical representation, anytime you do what you love to do, anytime you're in a deep meditation, anytime you are, as you say, in the zone, and you don't pay attention to the passage of time, you are in the state in the brain known as gamma, between 40 and 100 cycles per second. That's the channeling state. You all do it.
Understood. So that meditation last night was very powerful, and I feel like collectively we went through a portal that we transformed just within that meditation. And so
Yes. Again, remember, you are shifting all the time, billions of times per second. The meditation acted, in a sense, like a navigation tool, a rudder, to make sure you are being guided in the direction of versions of Earth that are more reflective of what you prefer.
okay, because I also felt it was an initiation into the Interstellar Alliance.
In some senses, yes, because we talked about the idea of you being, in a sense, an honorary member of the Galactic Society. Not yet full-fledged, but on your way.
On our way. Okay. Well, with that being said, I'll be on my way, and thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
How would you define the words perfect and perfectionism?
You are perfect as you are every moment. Whatever it is you are a perfect version of that. It doesn't mean you won't change, because you always change, and you become differently perfect as you are in that definition of that moment. So perfection is not the end. Perfection is a process, continual process that never ends. It is the willingness to be more and more of your true self. That's all it is. Does that help?
I'd like more clarification on how can every moment be perfect? Aren't there two sides to
Every moment you are a perfect version of what you are. You are equating the idea of perfection as if you are trying to reach a goal after which you will never change. That will never occur, ever, because you can always change. You can always become something else. Change is the only constant in creation. So the idea of perfection in the way that you're seeking it is to constantly change, to constantly become more as yourself, whatever that means. So perfection is not a static state, it's a dynamically changing state. If you go with the flow, you are operating in perfection, constantly changing. But the idea is that whatever you are at that moment, even though you're going to change, is a perfect version of that thing. Does that make more sense? Yes, no, maybe?
I'm still struggling with this, or challenged by this one.
Is it because you think that perfection is something you achieve and then you don't achieve anything beyond that?
Yes.
But I just told you that that's not what perfection is.
What if you're murdering someone or being murdered? Are those perfect moments?
For what they are, yes, it's a perfect murder. This is not a value judgment. We're not talking about positive and negative here. We're just saying it is what it is, and it is perfect as what it is. That's all we're saying. It is a perfect representation of that act, of that thing. Using perfect in that way simply as a definition of what is it that's going on. That's all we're saying. We're not making value judgments here. Are you associating a value judgment with the word perfect?
Yes.
Why?
That's a good question.
Thank you. Do you have a good answer?
Not at this moment, no.
All right. That's a perfect answer. Do you understand that change will never end?
I guess I haven't internalized that.
What do you think it would look like if you achieved perfection? Can you describe it to us?
I feel like
Give us an example.
I'd be out of debt, I'd have lots of money, I'd have...
Oh, I see. This is all connected to finance.
Well, my body would be healthy, I'd be in a state of joy and ecstasy all the time.
Your body would be healthy. All right. You would have all the money you want. Do you understand that there are different forms of abundance?
I do.
Do you?
I do.
Can you name them?
Outside of finance, there's also health, and that's all that's coming to my head at the moment.
All right. Health is a good answer, but outside of the exchange of money on your planet, which is a viable symbol of abundance, being given a gift is a form of abundance. Having something to trade is a form of abundance. Synchronicity is a form of abundance. Imagination is a form of abundance. Communication is a form of abundance. Because abundance is simply the ability to do what you need to do when you need to do it. That's all it is. So the idea is that if you focus only on one form, you're closing the doors through which other forms can come. You're invalidating all the other forms. When the natural act is to be open to all forms of abundance so that in acting on your passion, whatever forms need to be there to join together to create the 100% abundance that will allow you to continue to act on your passion can then flow together and happen and support you. Maybe it will be a little bit of money. Maybe someone will give you a gift. Maybe your imagination will be inspired to think of a way you can do things that you hadn't thought of before that won't require as much money. Maybe you can communicate something to someone that they find valuable, and they will support you in a certain way. You have to let all the forms of abundance come together to support you. Don't limit the idea of what abundance means. Does this help?
It helps. Thank you.
You're very welcome. See, information is a form of abundance.
On the topic of information, I was wondering, what would you say if I wanted you to spoil my surprises or open one of my presents? Every time I've heard you say that, I've always wanted somebody to say yes.
All right. What present would you like me to open?
What I'd like to know about my future, or the best. What is that? What is the highest vibrational version of myself doing in a parallel reality right now?
What is your strongest passion that you're not acting on?
I love fantasy art, but I'm actually taking action on it.
Are you taking all the actions you can? And what is your art?
I'm working on T-shirts that are either dragons or spirituality related, and
is that the highest expression of your art that you can imagine?
no, it would actually be fantasy book covers.
Are you acting on that?
Am not.
Why not?
I guess the opportunity just doesn't.
Oh, you mean you haven't created an opportunity yet?
Yes,
Then why don't you create an opportunity?
I will do that now.
All right. Then now you know your future. Or not. It's up to you. Does that help you?
It does.
All right. Happy creating.
Thank you. May I also ask, can you describe what my spirit guide looks like?
A ball of light. Most spirits don't necessarily take any particular form. They usually appear as orbs of light.
Okay.
Will that do?
Yes, thank you.
Do you want to call your spirit guide Blue? You can.
I've been using this idea to try to prove to myself that spirituality is real by having other people that can see spirit guides describe mine to me and then comparing their answers.
All right. That's a fascinating project. Especially since spirit guides can appear as almost anything they wish.
Is there any other way I can prove spirituality to
Be more spiritual.
Okay.
Why do you need to prove spirituality?
I'm afraid that I will be duped,
By what?
that I will have chosen the wrong path for myself and will then be... Bless you.
The body is not sneezing. But thank you for your blessing. The body is synchronistically representing the idea of choking, which is what you're doing on physical reality. Suffocating. The idea is you are a spirit. Are you afraid that you will not continue after you die? Is that why you're trying to prove it?
To a degree, yes.
Do you understand that you cannot cease to exist?
I fluctuate between believing and not believing.
It's not about believing. Do you understand how things work? Do you know that once you exist, which obviously you do, you cannot cease to exist? You can change form, but you cannot cease to exist.
I don't know it, no.
Existence is its quality. That which exists cannot become non-existent, because by definition, non-existence doesn't exist. That's its quality, to not exist. So that which exists cannot become that which doesn't. Do you understand this concept?
I think it's a fun wordplay, but I can't internalize it.
All right. Then I would caution you to simply not worry about it. To live your life as fully as you can, to follow your passion. For even if it were true that there is nothing else afterwards, why not live the fullest life you can anyway? Why not?
Do you have any parting book recommendations or transmissions for me?
Book recommendations
Yeah.
on your planet? Destiny of Souls and Journey of Souls might help you.
Thank you, Bashar.
You are very welcome.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Oh my goodness, I didn't realize I get this extremely nervous. My heart has been thumping out of my chest.
You mean extremely excited?
Excited, yes. So I feel like my RPM, whatever you call it, is like 250 miles per hour.
All right.
So I actually woke about 3 years ago, and like through a past life regression, I realized I was a mantis being.
You are what?
That I am a mantis being.
You are connecting to
Yes,
a mantis.
I am connecting to the mantis.
It's not you, you're connecting to it.
That's correct.
All right. Yes, I know that's correct.
Yes. And that I come from the Antares.
No, you don't come from.
I come from here.
You are connecting to Antares.
Yes, I'm connecting to the Antares system. So I was
All right.
wondering what my role is assisting humanity with actually working with the mantis beings, and if you can share with us more information that you haven't shared.
Are you following the formula?
I am.
Then you're fulfilling your role.
Okay, you should see the way I'm dressed, or feel the energy of the way I'm dressed, and we'll tell you all about it. Are you able to tell us more about them? Normally I do not dress like this, but I was called. Ah. So can you tell us more about the mantis beings?
They are the overseers of the hybridization program. Because the Greys, at one point, decided that they had to give up their emotionality and become a hive mentality in order to accomplish the task, because it was so large. They knew they needed someone to guide them. And so, in a sense, the mantis beings were, well, I'll use your word, hired to guide them. So the mantis beings are the overseers of the hybridization program.
I see. So
They had to give up their emotionality to reclaim their emotionality in the hybrids.
and how are they assisting humanity with that project?
Am I assisting you?
Yes.
Then you know.
Perfect. Thank you.
Because my civilization is one of the hybrid civilizations that resulted from the hybridization agenda.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you.
We are helping to make sure, of course it's your choice, you do not go down the same path that the Greys went down when they were humans on a parallel Earth where they destroyed their reality.
Got it.
Remember that the Greys are mutated humans. They're not aliens.
Yes.
They are what became of humanity on a parallel version of Earth that destroyed its environment and had to mutate to survive and could no longer reproduce, and so had to use their advanced technology to come to parallel realities such as yours, where human DNA was still viable, that they could add to their own to create hybrids to perpetuate their society.
Okay.
We are one of those hybrid civilizations, and we are helping you to, again, according to your own choices, see that you have an opportunity to not go down the same path as the Greys went down on their version of Earth.
I see. Because I feel they're extremely hard-based, and I'm like saying this very lightly because they can go deeper and deeper and deeper of the layers of the heart and explain and describe things that are so, I guess, abstract to expand our mind. They've been quite informative with my relationship, with them. So,
Yes.
yeah.
They do seem abstract to most humans in a lot of ways, but it's because of the reality that they inhabit. It doesn't always interpret straight across to the understandings of your reality. Nevertheless, they are extremely emotional beings, extremely deeply emotional intelligences, and they have a great deal of intelligence about the idea of the expressions and energies associated with different emotions, which is why the Greys utilize them as the overseers. They are the keepers of the emotions that the Greys gave up.
Amazing, wow. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna jump to my more three-dimensional question on this planet. I have always stuttered, and I do every once in a while. I use certain words to kind of guide me from one word to another. So why did I choose as a soul like speech impediment, and how am I able to train myself and others to speak with ease?
It forces you to communicate more strongly in other ways, doesn't it?
Perfect. That's exactly what I always knew. Thank you.
Yes.
Just confirmed it. Are you able to share anything fascinating that you have not shared yet about the 13 skulls, the 13 crystal skulls?
One moment.
Sure.
Have you visited what are called the Serpent Mounds in your area of Ohio?
On my list.
Go, and when you meditate there, you may get some information from one of the skulls that is connected to that culture.
And is the skull there, or it's just there's a connection there?
The skull is instructing us to say that the word there is a relative term, not meaning to be too cryptic, but the skulls are very cryptic.
So are they there on a different frequency and we're unable to see them?
Yes.
Understood. Fantastic. Can you give us, I guess, a step-by-step example of what the process might look like of actually becoming, I guess, a caretaker of a hybrid child from when we first meet them to everyday interaction?
At first, these sanctuaries will be somewhat isolated, and only a few humans will be allowed to interact according to the hybrid children's agenda as to what they feel comfortable or important in terms of the way that they should interact with humans at that time. Humans will synchronistically be attracted in small numbers to these sanctuaries, and over time the numbers will grow as humans and hybrids become more comfortable and familiar with one another.
I see, perfect. And what role did the fires that just happened in Maui, I guess, play, and how can we best support the sovereignty of the land and the people in Maui?
All we can do right now is sum up the idea that you are experiencing the consequences of choices that were made that are not necessarily in alignment with stewardship of the land.
Got it. Okay. You channeled this super wise entity. I can't remember his name or its name. He was very ancient, and he's the one who went like this. He said, Mazani.
Yes, this was an Anuhet being,
Anuhet.
the seventh hybrid race.
Are you able to bring him through? And
Not at this time.
understood. Okay, this is not a question, but an invitation that came through when I was showering this morning.
The shower is often a good meditation chamber.
Yes, and driving. I would like to invite you to join hearts with me, and if you're able to channel through the praying mantis energies, any messages for...
Not at this time.
Okay.
But you will have a dream soon.
Okay. Well, I am so forever grateful, and thank you with my unconditional love.
Our deep appreciation and unconditional love to you as well. Good day.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
My English is second language, so
My English is not good either.
sorry if it's difficult for you to understand it. I have a contemporary question. I use Instagram for my work, and sometimes I care about how many likes I get. And I always want to have compliments or encouragement from people. But when I don't get that, I feel like I am alone, and I feel like people forget about me. And I don't want to have those feelings inside me. How can
So you are not following your passion for its own sake, but for what you think it will get you. You have to follow your passion regardless of what people's response is, because there's simply no other choice for you. That's being who you really are. It doesn't matter what other people think or what they give you. You have to follow your passion for its own sake, or you're not being pure about it. You're using it as a condition to get feedback, to be validated by the outside world. The outside world cannot validate you. You can only validate yourself. So as soon as you start simply doing what you love for its own sake, not because of the feedback you're going to get, then it can expand and more people can find you who will support you. But you can't do it to get the support. You have to support yourself. You have to know that you are valid.
Okay, thank you.
Does that help you?
Yes, it did.
Then thank you for allowing us to encourage you.
Our next question is, when I get big job, I get a lot of pressure and anxiety, even though I want people to know about me more. I get scared and ended up escaping from those situations.
All right, this is the same thing though. You're giving over to the idea of outside validation.
But this pressure made me confused if I want to do it or not.
You are putting the pressure on yourself. You are overwhelming yourself by the way you're thinking about what it is you're doing. That's what we're attempting to tell you. You have to just do what you love to do for its own sake. It doesn't matter what other people think about it.
But it sometimes makes me excited, also worry at the same time.
No, not at the same time. You go back and forth. You cannot be excited and be in anxiety at the same time. You are making a choice to leave your excitement and go into anxiety because you have fear-based belief systems about yourself with regard to that situation. Sometimes you will leave that and go back into excitement. We would simply suggest that you remain in excitement instead of shifting into anxiety. But if you do shift into anxiety, ask yourself why. What is the belief you have about yourself in that situation that makes you go into anxiety, that makes you afraid of something might happen that you do not prefer? Why do you have that definition? Do you understand?
Half of it.
When you go into anxiety, that's because you have a fear-based belief that you think something bad is going to happen. Why do you have that belief? You have to find out why you're holding on to that belief so you can let it go. All anxiety is the result of fear-based beliefs. So you must have fear-based beliefs about yourself that says that it's more likely than not that something bad is going to happen.
Okay, I understand.
All right.
Next question is, when I was little, my dad was abusing me physically. Last time I met him, we were watching a movie, and the movie was about, the movie was about the mom was abusing her daughter.
Yes.
And what he said was, how can she abuse her own child? I can't believe it. He said that multiple times. I was very surprised and confused. Is this because my dad doesn't remember the memory of what he had done, or because he lives in present?
All right. And so? Do you wish to hold on to that or let it go?
I want to let it go.
All right. Then forgive. remember, it doesn't condone the action to forgive. You can still recognize the action that someone took as a negative, fear-based action because they didn't know any better. Because it takes a victim to make a victim. And therefore, being in fear, being victimized himself, he didn't know how to express the idea of connection and love in a positive way. You don't need to continue to connect yourself to that experience. You can move on and have the compassion to forgive, because again, remember, the original definition of forgiveness is to no longer need revenge, to no longer need to punish someone for what they've done. Because that only keeps you connected to the negative energy. And then you are punishing and abusing yourself from that point forward. So do not abuse yourself. Let it go, forgive, and move forward.
So if I forgive, I don't remember this memory anymore?
You may or may not, but you can use it to learn from. If you forgive, you will simply be free to be who you wish to be. Forgiveness is freedom. You are no longer shackled to the idea of a so-called past that is simply no longer your past. If you become a different person, you have a different past. Do you understand this concept?
Yes.
All right. So be the person you prefer to be now, knowing that you can use what you do remember to push you in the direction that is opposite, to push you in the direction of being your true self, to push you in the direction of freedom and love. And therefore, even though he may not have known what he was doing, he still pushed you in that direction. So use it in a positive way and let it go.
Okay.
Does that help you?
It helped me.
All right.
Last question.
Yes.
Can you please describe how my higher self looks like? Or how?
Why do you need to know how your higher self looks? Other than, again, as an orb of light.
Or the character?
For what?
The character?
The character? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
What do you mean by character?
Is higher self have a character?
You are part of the higher self. Remember, the higher self is just a portion of you that is still in spirit. And all of you is still in spirit. You're just dreaming that you're not. So, how does the higher self feel to you?
Feel to me.
Speak up.
Feel to me?
How does it feel to you? How does the higher self feel?
Strong.
Strong. Therefore, you are strong, and that is its character. It is loving, unconditionally. It is guiding you, unerringly, by sending you vibrational messages that translate through your body as passion, excitement, creativity, attraction, love. Constantly guiding. It is a guiding light. Follow it. Act on it. It is absolutely an indestructible core of strength. So, be strong.
Okay.
Be yourself.
Last question. I just want to make sure the forgive is letting go.
It is not condoning the idea of a negative perpetration, but it is letting go. It's freeing yourself and disconnecting from that so it doesn't hold you back. Because otherwise, you're just perpetuating it.
How can work on that? How can I work on that?
You don't work on it, you just let it go. Do
Like
you
I
want to
decide-
remain connected to the idea of abusing yourself? Do you want to continue to abuse yourself?
No.
Then stop. That's it. It's that easy.
So
Move forward.
So if I think If I imagine it, I just don't think about it.
Say again.
If I thought about it, I just stop thinking about it.
It's not stopping to think about it. It's letting it go in terms of any effect that it has on you negatively. You are free from it. You can think about it. You can remember it. It doesn't matter. You might forget about it, but it doesn't matter. Remember, it's not about what happens. It's about what you do with what happens that makes the difference in your world. So again, we're not saying that you condone what happened, but the idea is that you can forgive in order to free yourself so that you are not continuing the abuse on yourself. Yes?
Yes.
It's not about forgetting the incident. It's about forgiving yourself.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
You are welcome.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
So I heard about your copper ball experiment,
Yes.
where you measure the resonance of a copper ball in one location and another, and then blast it with the subtracted difference to get the conductive ball to roll around.
Yes.
I was wondering if it would be possible to, instead of measuring these subtle frequencies, to simply pick a frequency range and blast the ball with that frequency and experiment with different linear frequencies, or just like a linear sweep and a combination sweep, to see if we could get it to roll around without actually measuring it in the first place.
Sure.
So if you change just one frequency of the locational variable, does that automatically result in a total change of the location, or are the different like subcomponents of the locational variable kind of connected together?
There are subcomponents, which is why in your case the ball would roll around as opposed to simply disappearing at point A and reappearing at point B.
Okay, so
Your technology is not precise enough yet.
precise enough to blast it or precise enough to measure it?
It's not precise enough to get it to disappear from point A and appear at point B.
So not, okay.
So the effect would be that it would simply roll from point A to point B and stop.
Okay, so the frequency that we blast the object with, does it have to be close enough to one of the constituent frequencies that the object already has, or can it literally be any frequency, say below 400 cycles per second?
No. You are making the object resonate and measuring that frequency in one location and then moving it to the second location, making the object resonate and measuring that frequency and then measuring the difference between them.
Right, but because our equipment isn't sensitive enough to measure the like those types of vibrations yet, or you're unsure if
No, it is. It is. That's why we gave you the experiment.
Okay,
You just have to use sophisticated equipment.
Okay. All right. So I wanted to share an observation that I made about frequency harmonics.
Yes.
So if you take this value of 3.69303 megahertz, so synchronistic numbers, and you repeatedly step it down with golden ratio increments using divisions, then we encounter a lot of important frequencies, for example, 333 kilohertz, and also the heart and the root solfeggio frequencies, 639 and 396 cycles per second. So I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about this harmonic and potential applications of it?
Nope.
Okay, then I'll ask more.
Not our job at the moment.
Okay. So you wouldn't be able to tell me if this highest frequency is the necessary frequency for the outermost shell of the SSONI free energy device?
We are no longer allowed to comment on the information we have given about the free energy devices at this time.
Okay, thank you for establishing that. I was wondering, at this point, how far above Bell Rock is your ship?
700 feet.
Still 700. Okay,
Yes.
Wonderful.
You are clapping as if you could reach up and touch us.
Okay, so from a linear standpoint, I was wondering what % of the people in this room have what would seem to be a future incarnation as a member of the Essassani?
39%.
39%, wow. Am I one of the 39%?
Since you asked, yes.
Wonderful. So,
it doesn't mean that you're in my contemporary time frame.
okay, so different timeline, but same civilization.
Yes.
Okay.
In
so
which the counterpart is, in fact, a technician.
a technician. Wonderful. Yeah, that would make sense. I was
Maybe you can ask him the questions that you're asking.
I would love that opportunity, yes. I was wondering, I know you said that this will decrease my frequency, but just so I know, I was wondering if you could give me a frequency reading as well.
I know you said this will hurt, but I was just wondering.
I can take the pain.
139,000 cycles per second.
All right.
It was 143,000.
Okay. All right.
Say ouch.
All right. That will be all for now for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I love you very much.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Thank you for everything. And thank you to all of the questioners for their wonderful questions. Asked so many things I wanted to know. And thank you, a special thanks to the first questioner of today, just wherever you are. Thank you. Hi. I feel that I'm not one of the 39%.
No, you are connected to a different form of hybrid.
Can you say more?
You are connected more to the Yael.
Oh, okay. Okay, I wanted to talk about frequency, but in less technical terms.
All right.
But that was great and fascinating, although some of it went over my head. So when you're speaking about our frequency, in your terms, frequency is literally our very conventional science idea of cycles per second or hertz.
Yes, but we're incorporating more than your scientists know about when we give you the answer to those frequency questions.
Okay.
Your scientists haven't arrived at that yet.
Okay.
It's still cycles per second.
Okay. Is this the same thing as the vibration that so many spiritual teachers say it is our job to raise? I mean, that is if we prefer to take the next step in evolution and ascension. Is it the same thing?
You have, all of you, a core frequency in physical reality that exists on the threshold between physical and non-physical reality of 333,000 cycles per second as we measure these things. The idea is the degree of difference between that frequency and the frequency you are as a physical being based on all of the belief systems within you and how they may impede you from being that higher frequency.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about that threshold. How then is it that some beings who are in spirit, who are of a negative polarity, or to put it in terms of law of one, are in service to self, are at a higher frequency? I'm assuming, I'm extrapolating this from the fact that they are in spirit. Yes. Than those of us incarnate on earth who are focusing on love and choosing the service to others, right?
Yes, that's a very good question. The answer is the lower astral realm, the first stage of non-physical reality, has a component in it that is very strongly connected still to the earth cycle vibration. And thus, a spirit can decide or can simply find themselves, based on the belief systems they brought over into non-physical reality, still at frequencies where they can express certain ideas of negative experience. It's like starting over again on a different scale.
Oh.
Do you understand? So in the lower astral, above 333,000 cycles per second, transitioning into the lower astral, in a sense, though this is not accurate, but in a sense, it's sort of like you're starting at zero again.
Okay.
So you can have lower astral vibrations that can be expressed negatively.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes. Okay, and so maybe I'm mistakenly equating frequency with mood, but...
Oh, yes.
Yes, I am mistaking that?
Yes.
Okay.
It can be associated, but that's not always the case.
Okay.
You can be very happy at 150,000 cycles per second. You can also be very miserable at 149,000 cycles per second. It depends on the mix of the belief systems.
It's really based on beliefs rather than how you're feeling?
Feelings are generated by beliefs.
Right.
So yes, it's based on your belief system.
Okay.
Because you can think you feel pretty good, and you can actually be disguising what you really believe.
And you can think you feel pretty bad, but have really helpful beliefs.
Yes. Except for the one that allows you to think that somehow you're not worthy to experience those positive beliefs.
Right. Okay.
One can overwhelm the others depending on what the belief is. So it can be a small fraction of your overall frequency, but it can have very profound effects on the rest of your belief systems depending on what that belief is.
Sure. Okay, I'm gonna go.
Does that help?
Yes, but I think I'm gonna have to listen to it back because I'm kind of also thinking about the questions I want to ask. And
all right, you may listen to it back, but I would recommend that you listen to it forward.
Yeah, that'll be helpful too.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go for it. The frequency question, mine. I just felt it go down. Oh wait, it's not based on feeling.
Would you like it to go back up?
Yes.
Think of something you love very much, or someone. Do you have it?
Yes.
167,000 cycles per second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good day.
Oh, I'm finished?
Do you have another question?
I do.
Let's see if you're finished.
Okay. So one of the previous questioners said they felt like in last night's meditation, we all went through a portal. Did we all go through that portal? Because I think, I'm asking this based on my experience of it, and I was very tired, and there were some others that
Let me put it to you this way. If you didn't go through the portal in your own way, you wouldn't be here asking questions today.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, you all went through it, but you went through it in your own way.
Sure.
Now you're finished.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And you, good day.
こんにちは。
こんにちは。お元気ですか?
元気ですよ。Today, I feel very honored to communicate with you in this way, and I've got one statement and one question.
Yes.
I will begin with my statement.
All right.
Yesterday in the morning, my Japanese friends and I visited bell rock and meditated for a while. And then I heard you saying the best contribution you can make is to this universe is to be your true self.
Yes.
After that, when I arrived at this venue and checked in, I was surprised to find out that I chose a new reality in which I had won the raffle. So following your kind advice, now I try to be honest as much as possible in front of my lovely people sharing this beautiful moment.
All right, thank you.
Since I was little, I really didn't like wars or conflicts. My little heart was broken every time I heard news about wars all over the world.
Yes.
In particular, when my parents took me to the Atomic Bomb Museum in Hiroshima, I was horrified by the tragedy. I was sad to see that we human beings hurt each other without love and mercy. Later on, I learned that Imperial Japan also conducted many wrongdoings in particular in Asia. I wanted more peace and harmony on this planet, and so I decided to study more about wars to prevent them. Eventually, I went to the UK and got a PhD in international relations. But even when I published my articles, I couldn't bring about peace and harmony. In the end, I found out that academia is not the right place for me to change the world. 2 years ago, my mom transitioned to the different dimension. Thanks to that painful heartbreak, I met you. You told me that in order to bring about peace and harmony on this planet, I've got to be of those vibrations first. That was a sea change in my life. I left academia. I started to forgive myself. I started to love myself first before thinking of wars. And I started to forgive and love others. I started to have more relaxing time in nature. I started to enjoy the starry sky while thinking of you. I started to communicate with animals. I started to swim with dolphins. I started to grow organic rice and vegetables. I started to teach children at a free school to teach them, you are perfect as you are. The beautiful smiles taught me that I'm perfect as well. My new life was full of excitement, and one day I felt excited about this event in Sedona. So my Japanese friends and I came here. On Friday, our group and another group of Japanese people were invited by a Hopi person. So we visited his village. His name is Reuben. He took us to a sacred place in Hopi. There were so many pictographs on the wall. He said, during the World War II, from our sacred land, uranium was taken and that was used to make atomic bombs. They were dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I'm sad that our land of peace was used for the war. He also said we needed to prevent another nuclear war. In order to achieve peace and harmony on this planet, first we needed to forgive ourselves. We needed to love ourselves. After that, we had dinner at Reuben's place. When I randomly talked with Japanese guys sitting next to me, he told me that they are also big fans of you, and they are here today. And they told me that while following their highest excitement, beautiful synchronicities led them to start a project on free energy in Japan.
Yes.
Their excitements united people
Although it is still at the beginning stage, an artist of geometry, he is here today, a politician, and scientists are coming together to share their ideas on free energy by referring to the blueprint of it, which you made public before.
Yes.
Now I'm very happy that I chose a reality in which free energy is getting real. Now I feel more peace and harmony on this planet. Now I feel that we are empowered and connected to the source. There are so many beautiful souls here today. We are deeply connected to the universe, this beautiful planet, and more importantly, to ourselves.
Yes.
I can't express how grateful I am that you kindly co-created this wonderful miracle with us.
It is our passion and our pleasure.
Thank you. Now my childhood dream is coming true.
We thank you for following your path.
Thank you so much. You are a star and I love you.
Our unconditional love to you as well.
This is the end of my statement.
Thank you.
Any comments for them?
And did you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question, but different topic. Is that okay?
Yes, of course.
Okay, sure. So there is a book. This is a book titled Right Use of Will. And once you said this book was written by channeling all that is. Now I am translating this beautiful book into Japanese. For me, the most amazing chapter was the history of Pangea, or Pan. But I noticed that you haven't talked about Pangea that much in comparison to Lemuria or Atlantis. Do you have any plan to share more information about Pangea in future?
Pangea.
Okay, sorry, Pangea. Yeah, okay.
All we can say at this point, because it's a little premature, is that there have been other civilizations on your planet you know nothing about.
Wow. That's crazy. Okay. So yesterday you were talking about true history. Do you think the history of Pangea is going to be revealed in
Yes.
future? Is that quite soon?
In open contact at some point over the course of the next several years, once open contact is established, you will be given information about the entire history of the Earth.
That's amazing.
Now, we understand that we keep saying you change your past along with your present, and this is true. So the history that you will be given will be representative of the state you are in at that time. And it will be reflective of you having decided that open contact is something you truly prefer.
Okay, I see. Then I will keep on following my passion for peace and...
All right. And do remember once again, you never change the earth you're on. You shift to another earth constantly that is more reflective of the changes you make within yourself.
Thank you.
So keep making the changes you prefer. And we thank you.
Thank you very much. I love you.
Our unconditional love to you as well.
Well, that's also hard to follow. Oh my goodness. Avel Bashar, I love you.
Good day, good day.
I love you.
Speak up, speak up.
I love you. I love you.
Thank you.
And I
Our love
love
to
you.
you as well.
Thank you. It was just so exciting seeing all your highest excitement coming in, and this was sold out. Thank you for the 3 A's. I appreciate, acknowledge, and allow.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
And-
it's acknowledge, appreciate, and allow.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I acknowledge that.
I appreciate that. And I will allow you to continue.
Thank you. I don't know if it's just me or our government has recently acknowledged, and it still feels like a hoax to me, that there really are UFOs.
Yes.
And it's just so exciting to hear. I met somebody that had only found out about you 4 months ago, and she was so excited, and she's like, I'm telling everybody that I meet. And I was like, wow, that's how we affect change. And
Yes.
teaching people about the tools in the toolbox, I'm so grateful for that.
Yes.
So, questions I have, are there beings and spaceships over Cathedral Rock in Sedona?
Yes.
Who are they?
No comment.
No comment. Are there a lot of them?
There are a few, and they come and go.
Okay.
There's a lot of traffic around your planet. You just don't see it all.
Okay. You once said there are people on the earth who are 200, 400, and even 1,000 years old.
Yes, they are few and far between, but they exist.
And what kind of things would we notice or sensations would we get if we were around these ancient beings?
Astonishment.
That was a question for someone else. Okay.
Yes.
Because
you would sense that there is a depth to them that is rare on your planet. A calmness, a centeredness, an indestructibility about them. Something of another reality about them.
And do you have any messages for me?
From whom?
From you.
From us?
From you or the hybrid children or?
Anyone at all?
Anything, anyone.
Are you acting on your passion every moment that you can be?
Yes, that's why I'm here.
All right.
Okay, and then.
Then what do you think you're missing?
I don't think I'm missing anything.
Then why did you ask if I had messages for you?
Because I'm one of those silly people that it's like, what question should I ask Bashar other than, I'm so grateful. I'm just so truly, deeply grateful.
All right.
For you.
Then I would suggest that the message we send you is that you stay in that exact state of appreciation and gratitude, not because of us, but because of your connection to Source.
Thank you, Bashar. Thank you. Aveo.
Aveo.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
What a pleasure to be here and be with everybody here. I just want to comment how heart-centered I feel and how privileged and honored. And I just got nominated to ask that question, so I'm thrilled and I thank you. This is actually from a friend of mine, and it's a question that I've also been
All right, speak
questioning.
up, speak up.
There are many people that are having contact interactions with a species called the Plagiarians. And there's a gentleman that wrote multiple books called the Plagiarian Diaries. And he's having interactions with these beings, physical interactions. And I was wondering if you could comment on that.
I am not allowed to. There are many species that are having contact with people on your planet that it is simply not within our allowance to discuss at this time. It's premature. Others will give you the information that you need.
Okay, he's having interactions with a being that he calls Samyaza.
As I said right now, we are not allowed to talk about some of these other interactions.
All right, thank you. Well, then I'm going to ask you a personal question. I was in Mount Shasta about 3 weeks ago, and we were doing a Rama contact retreat, which was amazing. And we went into a meditation, and I went into the mountain and was confronted with 3 doors, and I chose the door of purity. When I walked in that door, I was inside this black ship, and there was nothing. There was just darkness. It was a ship that was very square and rectangular, and I could see the universe from within the ship. The hull was translucent in that sense, but there was nobody in the ship.
That you could tell.
That I could tell, correct. And I was wondering why I was so empty and I felt so alone. I was the only one in the ship.
But you weren't. If you had shifted your vibration a little bit, you would have realized that it was fully populated. So it was an opportunity for you to sense, at first, the empty space that you create for yourself, in which you can change your frequency, change your vibration, and to give you practice at shifting your vibration even just a little bit to realize how close other realities and other dimensions actually are to your frequency.
Wow. Wow, thank you.
Yes.
The next night, we had a similar meditation, and this one I chose the door of healing after some meditation that we did. And this time I went into a ship that was rounded, very light, with beings that were there, and I couldn't tell if they were hybrids. They were small, children-like, and I was sitting in this recliner, and they were working on me. They had these devices that they were, the night before I had what's called cesium crystal activation in my heart, and they were working on that crystal, and they were calibrating it.
Yes.
And for me to have discernment in my life on what resonates with me and what doesn't. And I'm curious who these beings were.
Well, you just said who they were. They were hybrids.
Okay.
And so you're experiencing a memory of an encounter that you had.
Wow. Great. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate that.
Yes.
All right.
Anything else?
That's it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Hi, I'm so excited. I just got picked, so
Oh,
my
all right.
question is personal.
Yes.
On June 8th of 2020, I had an experience with my divine counterpart. I wanted to know what my cycles per second were during that interaction.
186,000 cycles per second.
Okay, and can you go a little bit more into the Christ consciousness frequency that the physical mind understood the experience to be?
Christ consciousness frequency is above 230,000 cycles per second.
Okay, excellent. And I was just wondering if counterparts have the same core frequency.
No, it is slightly different because you are different beings, but there are a lot of similar wavelengths within it that cause the attraction.
Okay, that's what I thought it was. I just wanted to get clarification.
Yes.
And I just had one more question. Can
We'll
you go
see
a
about
little
that.
bit into how the energy works between counterparts when they're physically interacting?
Well, there is an exchange, a sharing of frequencies, a matching of frequencies that open you up to inspirations you otherwise might not have on your own. So it's a reflective quality that counterparts can do for each other, where their vibration inspires you to match their frequency, giving you more access to more information that can help you become more of yourself.
Okay, perfect. That's been my experience. So thank you so much.
You are so welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
Good day.
First, I want to thank you because of an interaction that you had 30 years ago with a person that eventually made me that I am here today.
All right, thank you.
So for that interaction of 30 years ago is really meaningful, has been really impactful in my life.
All right.
My question is maybe an expansion on something that you have addressed yesterday, but I would like to ask whether you have anything more to that, whether you could give any more comments on a human condition that we call grief after the departure of a loved one or
Yes.
another dramatic, traumatic loss.
Again,
because
you have to stop calling it a loss.
Okay.
That's why you experience it as grief, because you're defining it as a disconnection, as a loss.
Yeah, you did mention that yesterday.
Yes.
The issue in that situation is that one of your key themes is to connect with your excitement.
Yes.
And that has become a theme in my life.
Yes.
But in a situation like that, it is one of the most difficult things to do exactly that.
If you say so, if you believe so. Okay. But it is only because you have been trained to define it that way.
Okay.
You need to retrain yourself to understand it in a different way and give it a different definition, and then you will experience it differently. Remember, it's only your definitions that create the way you experience something. So when you say it's difficult, you have to understand there's no such thing as an inherently difficult situation. It is only the definitions that make it seem so.
The human condition of that is...
That is human training.
Okay.
Not your natural state.
Okay.
So you have to untrain yourself and go back into your natural state, which knows it is connected to everything and experiences that connection in a lot of joyful ways. Thus, a transition into spirit would not be experienced by someone in that state as a grief-oriented experience, and it wouldn't be difficult in any way, shape, or form to feel the connection that is still there. So you're talking about human training, not a natural condition.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Do you understand?
It does make sense.
All right.
Okay.
And so, can you have a belief that you can train yourself to experience that transition differently?
I guess that is the difficulty, to not feel that belief.
Do you understand that feelings are generated by belief?
Yeah, I heard you say that, and yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So you can't have that feeling if you don't have that belief.
Okay.
You have a different belief, you have a different feeling.
Okay.
So it's up to you to find out why you're holding on to that belief and let it go, so that you will have a different belief that generates a different feeling.
Okay.
Does it serve you to believe that this is a difficult thing to do?
No, it doesn't.
Then why are you choosing to do that?
Yeah. That's the vicious circle that situation so easily brings.
That's what happens when you buy into beliefs that are out of alignment with who you prefer to be. It creates that vicious cycle, as you say.
Yeah.
Because remember, all beliefs are designed to reinforce themselves. They have to perpetuate themselves. That's just the way they're designed. Or you wouldn't be having a physical experience, because physical reality is an illusion. So it's the beliefs in the physical mind that make physical reality seem real and solid, because belief systems reinforce themselves with emotions, with thought patterns and behaviors to make physical reality seem real. Mm-hmm. But when you change the belief, you change the feelings, you change the thoughts, you change the behaviors, and you change the experience. That's the order in which it happens. So anytime you're having an experience that you don't prefer, it can be traced all the way back to a belief that you're holding on to for some reason that you think it's important to hold on to. Find out why you believe it's important to hold on to it, and then you'll see that it is nonsensical. It doesn't really make sense. It's not really necessary, and you can let it go, because as soon as a belief system doesn't make sense, it's gone. You've dropped it, because you don't hold on to things that don't make sense. If you hold on to a belief that doesn't work for you, that can only mean there is some belief within you that's making it make sense or making it seem like the better alternative. This is what we call the motivational mechanism. You always move toward what you believe benefits you. You always, without fail, move away from what you don't believe benefits you. So if you are holding on to something that doesn't feel right, that feels like a struggle, that feels like difficulty, if you're holding on to it, that can only mean you have a belief that says that the alternative is worse and would be more painful, more difficult. So you might have a belief within there that says, well, if I don't feel this grief, then somehow I am not honoring this person. I'm not connecting to this person. You might think that the idea of letting the grief go somehow lets the person go. when in fact it would actually connect you more strongly to them if you understood how things work. Does this make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Is it helping?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's helping.
All right.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
That was my question.
All right, thank you.
Thank
you. All right, enjoy your short break, and we will resume this transmission with a holotope meditation. All right, I'll say thank you for your attention at this time. We will continue this transmission with your holotope meditation. Allow yourselves, with either eyes open or eyes closed, whatever you are comfortable with, to focus on the holotope in front of you, the patterns, the fractals, the representations of multiple parallel realities, and allow yourself to become relaxed and let go of the cares of the day. Allow your music to come up. Allow yourselves to drift and dream with us now as we take you on this journey. Allow yourselves to focus on all of the different colors and patterns in the holotope before you. Experience the multidimensionality of this symbol and this representation. Allow yourselves to breathe deeply and easily in and out, in and out, in and out. And remember all that we have discussed in the transmissions yesterday and today of your time, of your connections to multiple dimensions, of your connections to parallel realities, of your connection to the higher mind, of your connection to souls, spirit guides, and soul families and friends, of your ability to crystallize all of these connections, all of these lines of energy and lines of light, and to bring them to the forefront of your physical reality experience by taking the actions on your passions that are representative of who you truly are in your core frequency. Let this holotope image be a representation of all of the parallel reality and multiple dimensional connections that you have within each and every one of you. You are multidimensional beings of light, of love, of energy and consciousness. Allow yourselves to continue to breathe deeply and evenly. And allow yourselves now, in your imagination, to connect to this image of the holotope as the energy that radiates outward from your solar plexus, from your heart, from your mind, multidimensional levels simultaneously overlapping. Allow yourself to breathe this in and breathe it out into your reality experience every moment of every day as you journey through life, the unique path that you are. Breathe it in and breathe it out. And feel the freedom that comes with releasing all of the belief systems that do not serve you, that are out of alignment with who you prefer to be. Let them go. Let them go. Let them go. And invite in all of those that do serve you, that do align with your core vibration, your essential self. Remember in the law of attraction that you are always radiating that core frequency and it is always attracting what you need. Let yourself clear the way so that it can attract what you need to be fulfilled in life, to be joyful in life, to be of service to all others in life by being your true self, as a living example of love and light, of action, of creativity and imagination, of kindness and compassion, of gentleness and willingness to include all on your journey that are relevant for you to experience, relevant for you to have relationships with, as they come to you in perfect timing across the span of your timeline, the span of your life. Letting go of all imposition of what you believe the relationships ought to be, but letting them be what they truly are, so they may serve you purely. All connections to nature, to the sky, to the sea, to the earth, to all dimensions of spirit. And remember that you are in spirit now. Allow yourselves to feel that version of you in spirit that functions as your higher mind, that sends you messages of energy that you translate as passion in your physical form. Allow yourselves to see in this holotope image all of the different parallel realities that you connect to, all of the different lines of light and information and experience that are downloaded into you constantly, moment to moment, billions of times per second, as you fluctuate and shift between all the different realities, as you build your timeline automatically and effortlessly, as you navigate through that timeline towards more and more positive reflections and different versions of Earth. And as you connect and reconnect, as you plug and unplug, dynamically shifting, constantly being a new self, born anew every moment, again and again and again and again. As you journey through this dream, as you become more and more aware, more and more lucid in the physical dream, and become more aware of all your connections to spirit, to self, to extraterrestrial civilizations, to extra-dimensional experiences. As you journey through the stars, as you journey through the cosmos, as you journey through the multiverse, as you feel the waves and waves and waves of love and light from all that is radiating outward from the central core of your being. The warmth of the love and support that are constantly given to you, eternally, infinitely, unconditionally, in the here and the now, from the all that is, to all of you, from all of us, your galactic family, who welcomes you and invites you and cherishes you and knows the power within you and sees the spark of divine light within each and every one of you and all of you together, and knows what you are capable of, and knows you have the freedom to choose, and knows how free you are. Let the illusions of your limitations vanish, disappear, fade from your consciousness, except for those that serve you in a positive way and allow you to experience the process of discovery and change that allows you to grow and allows creation to expand and experience itself anew, constantly and forever, over and over, without end, without beginning, in the here and the now. Allow yourself to breathe in and out, gently, deeply. Forgive and let go. Forgive and let go. Forgive and let go. Allow yourself to shift. Allow yourself to know that you always are changing, for change is the only single constant in creation. Existence is what you are, in all its forms, in all its beauty, in all of its grace and glory. Existence is what you are, self-aware, here and now, existence that cannot be undone, that cannot be annihilated, that cannot cease to exist. Change you will, forever and ever, into different forms and expressions, on an endless journey, a constant journey, a wondrous, magical journey of creation and consciousness, knowing itself more and more deeply every day, every moment. As you walk the path that you are, as you live the agreements that you have made, as you experience the challenges that are representative of the themes of your life, as you allow the transformations to take place that evolve you into a new form of humanity, a new expression of life. As you see yourselves not in nature, but as nature, as extensions of Gaia, extensions of the consciousness of the earth, extensions of the cosmos, extensions of a galactic family, an intergalactic family, an interdimensional family, a multiversal family. Breathe it in and let it out into your reality and crystallize it day by day. And let yourself and your heart be the fiery crucible that melts all away that do not belong, melts it down into liquid, transmuting it and transforming it, and recrystallizing it into pure light, pure love, pure being. You are a grand adventure. You are. You are. You are. And even as all that is expresses itself as I am that I am, you are. You are. You are. Drift and dream and allow the music of creation and the music of the spheres to resonate within you, within your heart, and feel that boundless energy and boundless love, the unconditionality of all that is, that allows you the freedom to choose to be who you are. Feel that energy growing within you, expanding within you, filling you up and fulfilling you. Allow yourself to drift and dream and feel the waves of energy passing through you as you become more and more transparent to yourself, so that you may discern and clearly see all that lies within you, and see the deep mystery of your being and the deep beauty of that mystery that unfolds within you, moment by moment, day by day, in every way that serves you, as you are of service to others. The mystery will unfold and reveal to you all that you need to know, all that is relevant to you, in perfect timing, in beauty and grace and creativity, as your imagination connects you to your higher mind and becomes the conduit of communication to all that is. Receive all that you deserve, for you are all worthy. By the very fact of your existence, you are worthy. For creation does not make mistakes. And even those in your journey that you consider to be mistakes are yet another opportunity to learn, to grow, and to continue your journey in the most beneficial way, in the most expanded way, in the most creative way. So fear not the idea of failure, for from paths that are not yours, you can learn more clearly the path that is you. And in that context, there is no failure if you are willing to learn and willing to grow. Stay in the positive state so that all that occurs will benefit you and serve you. And breathe it in and let it out. And breathe it in and let it out. And breathe it in and let it out. And let the divine spark within you shine forth and ring clearly as a bell. Bell that calls you to the light within yourself. A crystal clarion call to all to say, this is who I am, for I am who I am, and I am the unique expression of all that is, and I am you from a different point of view. And let that be your mantra to all. I am you from a different point of view, and feel the compassion that stretches out from you to all, to all, to all. Breathe it in and breathe it out. Deeply, passionately, live your lives. Float freely now on the currents of creation. Drift and dream in the warm embrace of all that is, for it loves you unconditionally, as it loves itself, for you are itself. You are it and you are other. You are the reflection that allows it to know it is self-aware. To know thyself is to know all that is. And as all that is knows itself through you, you know yourself more and more deeply in every way, every day. Be what you know yourself to be. Take action upon the passions that are your true vibration, your essential self, your core being. your inner light. Crystallize that within you. Breathe it in and make it your own. Drift and dream, drift and dream. Let the vibrations and the music carry you on the currents of creation and receive from us our unconditional love and support and our hand in friendship and in love. Our unconditional love to you all as we welcome you home. Welcome home. Welcome home. And now just allow yourselves to breathe deeply in and let it out. And once more deeply in and let it out. And once more deeply in and hold it and cherish it and blow it out. As it becomes your reality, as it becomes all that you need, as it becomes all that is. And just continue to breathe as your music fades, gently, softly. Allow yourself to awaken to a new reality. Every moment, a new reality. Deeply dreaming, deeply living, deeply creating. A new reality. Every moment of your being. We welcome you home. We welcome you home. We welcome you home. Ave.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I love you.
We love you as well.
This is my second time to be in your channeling. I was in Sedona last month.
All right.
I'm from Hong Kong. I'm a
Yes.
cosmetic surgeon, and I also do age management medicine.
Yes.
I'm U.S. citizen. For last 15 years, I work in mainland China. Last 2 years, I work in Hong Kong.
Yes.
Now, everybody knows Hong Kong happening, big tragedy. How can you see things happening in Hong Kong from your planet? And my question is, who support this protesting? And
I cannot involve myself in your political machinations on Earth.
Okay, how long it will last?
The repercussions will probably last about a decade.
A decade? A decade is 10 years?
Yes.
From now?
Yes.
It's going to be like a big mess now, last for 10 years?
The repercussions. It will calm down, like ripples in a pond.
Okay.
You understand? The idea of the splash, the initial splash, will dissipate within perhaps 1 to 2 to 3 years at the most. But the repercussions, the things that are connected to it, the things it will cause, will ripple out for at least a decade. Others will be affected in different ways by what has already happened. It will diminish over time, but the ripples will last about 10 years.
So what's the destination of the Hong Kong? It's going
we
to
cannot
be
give you an
peaceful
absolute
like
eventually.
Okay.
But again, you're talking about needing some time, probably at least 2 to 3 decades before your world experiences the idea of global peace in every single place. Because there are a lot of things that need to be worked out, a lot of changes that have to happen.
Is China government will, I don't know how to see that, it will take over, or it will be like make a peaceful, or what is the future of the Hong Kong?
Again, you have to understand there's no such thing as an absolute future. There are many probabilities that you all haven't decided yet. So there are things you can do to make one particular kind of future more probable, and that is the sharing of information about the idea of being yourself, being your truth, following your passion in the way that we have described, and everything eventually, the more people that do that, it will lead eventually to a very prosperous and peaceful, constructive future. But that's in your hands. It's not absolute, because not everyone will decide to do that. And they will split off into another reality, a different Hong Kong on another Earth that won't necessarily be the same Hong Kong you will go to. Remember, there are already an infinite number of Earths that exist with very different realities on them. You are still, as a group, as a people, choosing which Earth you will eventually wind up on and which Hong Kong or Los Angeles or New York you will experience. So make your choices now to start navigating in the direction of the Earth that you prefer to be on. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand. So that's what I decided from the a few months ago. I decided to go to all over the world to exploring, to learn the new technology,
Yes.
the new things, and decided what I will do or where I will go. So I was in Switzerland and Germany to study.
And then you may take all of that back to Hong Kong, and what you have to share may make a big difference in terms of the direction and the future they experience, along with you. Everyone needs to play their part. Everyone is a seed. You water yourself, you give yourself enough light, you will grow, others will begin to see you grow, and they will want to learn how to grow like you.
Okay.
By the presence of your being. That's all you have to do to be of service and allow people to choose to change in more positive ways. Just be yourself. Okay. That's the biggest impact and biggest help you can possibly have. Just be yourself. And it will rub off on the people it needs to rub off on. But not everyone will choose to go down that path. And that's all right. Eventually you will not experience any other path than the one you chose, along with the people that also chose a similar path. And if you're choosing a path of beauty and peace, then that's what eventually you will experience in a Hong Kong full of people who have chosen to experience that, while on another earth, people may have chosen something different and will experience something different. But it won't matter to you because you won't experience that world anymore. That's how it works. You never change the world you're on. You shift to a different earth based on the change you made within yourself that is more reflective of the vibration of that version of earth. Make sense?
Yes, it does.
All right.
Well, I'm kind of confused.
Congratulations.
Since
That's good, because what you're doing is unlocking from an old way of looking at it and starting to look at it a new way. And for the moment, you might be a little confused with two different reality ideas, but eventually you will figure out which one works for you. And then you will crystallize that vision and you won't be confused anymore. Right now, you're in kind of a limbo state.
Yes, and
you're shifting gears.
Yeah.
Well, when you shift gears, you have to first go through neutral. So you may not really feel like you're anchored to anything. You may be a little confused, out of your element, not sure where you stand, not sure what to do, but that's part of the process to go through that neutral state, because you have to do that in order to unlock from one reality and lock into another, just like you have to unlock from one gear and lock into another. If you just bring the gears together without the neutral state, you'll strip the gears.
I see.
Yes. So it's all right. Enjoy your confusing vacation from one particular reality or another. It will give you the chance to really figure out what it is you prefer to do. And as soon as you really crystallize that for yourself, you'll mesh right in to the new reality. The gears will click.
Okay.
Yes?
Okay.
All right.
Another question, since I'm doing the age management medicine,
yes,
I also do the hormone treatment and the lifestyle treatment.
All right.
So I find out some of my clients, they have tumor and the cancer.
Yes.
So I wanted to ask you, what do you think of the cancer? What's the causation? What is that?
Well, first and foremost, well, it can be many reasons, and there can be positive or negative ones. But first and foremost, in general, you're talking about the idea of stress and resistance to being the true self. Because then the body is not certain who it is, and therefore it starts to become something other because the person is trying to become something they're not. Therefore, the cancer reflects the idea of them being not themselves by turning into a foreign element. You understand?
You mean the stress is...
Stress, but the resistance of not being your true self. Okay. Many people on your planet have belief systems in which they experience trying to be someone they're not. You understand? Mm-hmm. Most people on your planet are not being themselves. They're trying to be someone else. They're trying to be who other people think they should be. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. And when people try to be someone else other than who they are, they're sending a message to their body that they are not themselves, and therefore the cells in the body become something other than themselves, become foreign and attack the body. Yes? Do you understand what we're saying?
Kind of, not exactly understand.
All right. Do you understand that you have a particular path that's true for you?
Yes.
Do you understand that many people on your planet do not walk their true path?
I understand.
So what do you think happens when someone doesn't walk their true path? What do you think happens to them? If they're not walking their true path, if they're on a path that's not for them, isn't that path going to offer a lot of struggle and pain and resistance in their lives?
Yes.
And what does that struggle and pain and resistance turn into?
You mean it causes cancer?
Yes. Because they're not flowing on their path. Now, again, there are exceptions. Sometimes people can create that not because they need to learn a lesson from it, but because someone else they know in dealing with them and interacting with them may need to learn a lesson from it. So you have to take it on a person-by-person basis as to why they may have created the cancer experience. But we're talking in general. Most people that create the idea of cancer in your society is because there is resistance to the natural self, and the body picks up on that and therefore turns into something else other than them. Yes?
What is the, two of my clients, they are having the cancer now, they are having the chemotherapy and the radiation therapy. One, a good friend of mine, she had breast cancer 2 years ago.
Yes.
And after the treatment, the cancer cell disappeared. But now this year, 2 months ago, it's moved to the lung.
The underlying reason hasn't been discovered and been dealt with. You can use many things to make it appear to go away. But if the underlying energetic vibrational reason that it started to begin with is still there, it's obviously going to come back. So the person must deal with the belief system and the real underlying reason why that person is not being their true self. Yes? You understand? They need to deal with it mentally, spiritually, energetically to find out what they believe to be true about themselves. Most of these ideas go all the way down to a very fundamental fear-based or negative belief that is most commonly expressed as, I'm not worthy. So there must be something in that person that is allowing her to believe she is not worthy to be herself. That's what has to be dealt with, as well as anything else that you might call a physical treatment. You have to deal with the source of why the body's out of alignment, which is always a belief system. It's always the energy of the belief. Yes? So the person has to deal with that as well. Otherwise, it'll just come back if they haven't dealt with it. That's enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I love you.
Our love to you as well.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I'm so glad you're here. I appreciate you sharing the formula with us. It's brought me many interesting things.
Well, we thank you for being willing to apply it in your life, because that's what makes the difference. We can talk all day long about all sorts of ideas and principles, but only when you apply it do you get the proof that it works. So thank you for applying it.
It's good having the information.
Yes.
When Willa was with us here previously, she talked about the ocean and that they have a process of desalinating the ocean to use for water.
Yes.
Is there any information you could share to help us learn how to use that technology?
Well, again, it's based on resonance. So they have certain devices that contain filtration systems that each vibrate at certain frequencies that allows the salt to go one way and the water to go another. A lot of these are tubular in nature, and the outer structure would appear, or the inner structure, I suppose you would call it, because there is the main inner structure, but there is an outer sheath. But the main structure is tubular, but has many openings in it. You would say perhaps that it looks like it's almost woven in a crosshatch pattern all the way along. And there are layers of this, and each layer operates at a certain frequency that distills out the salt from the water. Does that make sense to you?
Somewhat.
All right, well, obviously this technology is something that your planet hasn't invented yet. Therefore, it may take a little bit of investigation, a little bit of understanding of the difference in frequencies between salts and water, and being able to create certain kinds of containers through which the water flows that actually removes the salt because it is attracted to harmonic frequencies that are representative of its structure.
How do we figure out what the different frequencies of the salt?
By getting the different substances to resonate and measuring what those frequencies are, and then duplicating those frequencies in a device that would cause those materials to be drawn toward their harmonic frequencies and pulled out of the water.
That's awesome.
Well, yes, it works quite well.
How do I become more aware of dreaming while I'm dreaming? I don't often remember.
Well, it can work differently for many different people. You can give yourself a symbol that when you see something in the dream, it will remind you that you're actually dreaming and you can become lucid. That works for some people. But you will have to find what works for you on your own, because everyone is different.
When I'm creating art, or sometimes when I'm dancing, I can feel something else come through me, or maybe lots of other things coming through me. Can you explain
One
that?
moment. All right, here's a suggestion that may begin to work for you as we pick up on your vibration. Tell yourself to dream about a clock. You follow me so far?
Yes.
When in the dream you see the time on the clock, tell yourself to look away and then look back. In a dream, the time on the clock will never be the same. And therefore, that might remind you that you're dreaming and help you become lucid and awake in the dream.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah, definitely.
Anything else?
Yeah, in times when I'm like either making art or sometimes when I'm dancing, I feel like it's not me. I feel like there's something else that's coming.
Well, it's
through
more
at
of
that
you.
time.
It's
Just
more of
me
you.
coming through.
Yes, of course. Because you're also feeling all the connections you have and identifying more strongly with those connections, which can sometimes be interpreted or translated as not being you. But nevertheless, it's just that you're experiencing more of the connections that you've made to more of yourself in different places and times and forms and so on and so forth. So it's just more of you, ultimately.
That's awesome.
Yes, it is. Anything else?
Yeah, I've always had connections with cats. They
Yes.
tend to treat me like another cat. Is
Yes.
that just my? Is that my expectation that they do that, or is?
Well, it's your vibration. They recognize that you are giving off a familiar and similar vibration to them. Is that awesome too?
It is for sure.
I believe you have a song on your planet. Everything is awesome.
Everything is awesome. Yeah.
Sounds like your theme song.
I think it is today.
All right. So, will that do?
You've said before you were expressed geometrically as opposed to mathematically. Can you explain that a little further?
Yes. Instead of using the idea of mathematical equations to express physical principles or physics principles, we have consolidated the idea down into geometric forms. For example, you have what's kind of called an exclusion principle. You can't, shall we say, in certain circumstances, measure the speed and the position simultaneously of an object, because once you measure its position, you have frozen the speed. If you measure the speed, you don't know where it is. You don't know its position. This is expressed in your physics along mathematical formulas. But from our point of view, it is perfectly expressed by the shape of a tetrahedron. You have, in a sense, a four-sided pyramid creating three equilateral triangles facing up and one as the base. You follow me?
Yes.
Well, the idea is that there are 3 points on the base, let's just say ABC or XYZ, and that represents the idea of, let's say, the physical position. But the 4th point is up here, not in the same plane as the other 3 particular notations. Therefore, it is up here, and that is the component of time, momentum, if you wish. So the idea is that you can have 2 components of space and 1 of time, but you can't have all 3 components of space and 1 of time because they're not in the same plane. So that's an exclusion principle expressed by a tetrahedron rather than a mathematical formula. Does that help?
That does help.
All right. Will that do?
Why does it feel so important to be barefoot at times?
So you can connect to the earth more directly.
Nice.
Will that do?
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Much love.
Greetings, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Just want to say thank you and Darryl for sharing all the information you shared over the years.
Again, both of our passions and our pleasures.
And it's very exciting to be here. First time in LA at a live event.
Oh, all right. Me too.
I was just wondering, I have a memory when I was very young, around 5 years old.
Yes.
I thought I saw a gray. I'm not sure.
That's not uncommon. Usually starts that early,
Okay.
if you're part of the hybridization agenda.
And that's another question. Am I?
I just answered it.
Okay. And for hybrid children, do I have?
You do have some genetic material in several hybrid children, yes.
Okay. And also, I was curious, did I ever die and chose to come back?
Well, you sort of did. You got very close. Close enough, I suppose, that it counts.
Okay. And also, curious, is there any information that my higher mind can share with me?
About what?
Anything in general?
Well, in general, follow the formula.
Okay, cool.
And you will have all your answers when you need them.
Perfect. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, Bashar.
One moment. Thank you.
Okay, so.
And to you, good day.
Thanks. Ooh, it's really wonderful being in your energy, honestly.
And yours as well.
Thank you.
What would you like to discuss?
So recently, a good friend of mine transitioned, and.
How exciting for you. Now you have someone on the other side pulling strings for you.
I've definitely felt her. So I'm wondering, if I shift into a parallel reality where she's still alive, what do the people in the other reality experience happens to me? Or does it just split into all the possibilities?
Everything happens at once. It depends simply on what is relevant for your focus as to what you experience of that nature. And others will create or not create the version of you that they need to see.
Okay. How do you stop that from feeling too realistic or too...
How do you stop what from feeling realistic?
The shift.
Why would you want to stop it? You are implying that there's something to be afraid of here?
I guess it feels like the people around me are singular instead of shifting constantly. But...
Yes, I understand that's the illusion of continuity in physical reality, but it's an illusion. You're constantly shifting.
Okay. It is definitely comforting to know that, but at times it can be a lot to take in.
Well, it can be a little disorienting when you're not used to it, but it's part of the evolutionary process of your growth, to understand more and more and more of what's already going on, to be able to comprehend more and more and more of the shifting you're already doing. You never shift more than you're shifting, you just become more aware of the shifting you're already doing. And you can use it more consciously to your benefit by navigating through it in the way that you prefer, in the direction that you prefer, toward the reality experience that you prefer, by following the formula. That's all you have to do. You don't have to overthink this or get caught up in the minutiae of the mechanism. Don't overthink it. Don't overcomplicate it. Just follow the formula. Act on your passion to the best you can. No assumption, no insistence on the outcome. Stay in a positive state no matter what happens so you can receive the benefit. Therefore, in that context, nothing can go wrong. Whatever happens is what needs to happen. And it won't matter what happens because it's not about what happens. It's about what you do with what happens that makes the difference in your reality experience. So why be afraid of whatever it is that might happen when you know that the only things when you're in that state that can happen are the things that serve you? Who cares what happens? You can use everything to your advantage because that's how powerful all of you are. So why not follow that track and stop worrying about the things that might happen? Because the things that happen in the state you prefer are only the things that serve you. That's the definition of that state. You can't have something different in that state. Is this making some sense?
100%, yes.
Is this helping?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
And my last question is, so what happens if consciousness goes through a black hole?
Depends on the kind of black hole. But do understand that everything is made of consciousness.
I do.
So you're simply saying what happens if one form of consciousness interacts with another form of consciousness that happens to express itself in this particular way. It depends upon what the interaction is about. It can be many different things. The kind of consciousness you're talking about going through the kind of consciousness represented by a black hole can have many different effects. It could allow you to experience yourself exploding not only into, but as another universe. That's one effect that can happen. You suddenly are a new universe. Yes?
Yes. Thank you very much.
You are very welcome.
Hello, Tateo.
Hello, Nania.
We have about 30 minutes left, so...
You have some questions from others?
I do have a few.
All right.
You want me to do that first?
As opposed to?
Pulling some more names right now.
Questions from others.
Okay.
Is what they're all screaming right now.
Okay. First of all, everybody wants to know, is it a 24-hour period for the event in Joshua Tree?
Midnight under the hunter's moon.
Right, so...
You can be there before, you can be there after.
But they're trying to figure out if it's Saturday night, because Saturday's the 12th, and then the midnight and becomes the 13th.
On the 13th.
So then you're saying Sunday night, which is...
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Everybody got
midnight
that?
of the 13th.
Okay. Midnight of the 13th, which is a Sunday.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes.
Of course, people in Europe really want to know if there's any place they can go in Europe or Asia or Australia or...
This is a particular portal with a particular purpose and a particular event right now. We will give similar ideas, similar timings and locations for other places around the globe after this one has occurred.
Okay. There were some more questions about Atlantis.
Yes.
So...
Speak up, speak up.
Okay, I'm looking for them. What represents the best of the Atlantean civilization? In other words, what can we aspire to in this new Atlantis?
The knowledge that was left in the chambers that exist will be the knowledge of the architecture they've left behind that incorporates many different kinds of cosmic and mathematical principles that will help you understand how reality works. Technological ideas that you have yet to discover will be in there. They weren't necessarily more advanced than you, but they were differently advanced than you. And so the knowledge and information that you will discover about them will give you a different way of expressing some of your technology that you may not have realized yet. Also, ideas of more about how to propagate foodstuffs in a more natural way to feed the world.
Yum. Regarding Atlantis and the cycle that's ending and the new Atlantis cycle that's beginning.
Yes.
Does this correlate to approximately the 26,000 year precession of the equinoxes?
No.
Okay. Okay, this is a question that's different. There is controversy over the Joker film, as some believe it will inspire lonely males to violence against an unfair economic system in the West. Is this male-centered nihilism related to Atlantis?
You're joking, right? In general, yes. It is the imbalance of the male and female energy that was expressed through many of the males that allowed there to be the vibration that brought about the destruction.
And could a human being naturally breed with an Orion? Did this actually occur in Atlantis?
No. Okay. You must understand that the ancient Orion systems that we're talking about something that is millions of years ago in your counting. Not thousands of years, millions of years ago.
At the end, did the Atlantean civilization rely too much on technology and lose their balance with nature?
Many of them did, yes.
Is that why you're always telling us to get out in nature more?
It's one of the reasons that balance is crucial. You remain grounded so you can reach for the stars in a balanced way.
So this is from the same person that asked the Joker question.
Yeah.
And I'm not joking. Speaking of Halloween, do Essassani have any cultural horror stories that they would like
to... Yes, we tell tall tales of Earth to frighten our children. Just joking. No, of course not.
Sorry, I think that's funny.
Behave or I'll send you to Earth. No, Papa. No, Mama.
Do you share any stories that have things like werewolves and vampires? Freddy Krueger.
As I said, Earth.
Okay.
But no, not really. We do not tell tales like that, and there are no experiences like that in our reality. We understand that in the cosmos, there are different kinds of beings. Some of them are expressing themselves in very negative ways, I suppose you would call horrifying or scary, and we are aware of some of them. But it isn't within our culture to experience or express or discuss them in any other way other than as an observation of what it is that they are choosing to do within themselves for various reasons.
So like when you were talking about having simulation experiences for First Contact?
Yes.
So did they ever give you any scary simulations?
Well, no, because there would be no point in making first contact with those civilizations. Now, again, in making contact with Earth, there were scenarios that were presented that certainly confused us because they were so alien to our experience. And at first, we didn't actually believe the scenarios. We thought they were testing us to see if what they were giving us might just be made up. When we realized it wasn't made up, it was a little bit of a shock. But that's about as far as it goes for us.
What about it like a simulation where you know, like you said, they don't want to send you out before you have a little experience?
Yes.
So you don't mess up?
Yes, but remember, we rely on our connections to simultaneous incarnations to do that. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Well, in other words, you already know that any society we're going to make first contact with, we have a life in that society first, so that we can absorb the understanding of the positive, the negative, the neutral of that society, so that you won't be so alien to us, and we won't be so alien to you. That's why, again, euphemistically, the channel is one of my past lives, so that in his experience of living on Earth, I can access that information and those experiences to be able to relate to you, and so that you can relate to us. Without those incarnational experiences in the societies that we choose to contact, we would simply be too alien to one another. We wouldn't understand one another. There would be no common ground. There would be no translation.
So if you were experiencing a simulation in your early training experiences,
yes,
and you didn't know it was a simulation,
yes,
they didn't always tell you it was a simulation, right?
They do it in that way so that our responses will be real.
So
we understand going in that it's going to be a simulation, but the master who then conducts the telepathic simulation contains an element in that simulation that makes it seem to be happening for real. Otherwise, our reactions are not accurate.
Exactly. So were you ever put into challenging situations?
Of course.
But you didn't get scared?
Well, no, there was no reason to get scared. There might have been many reasons to be puzzled for a while, but there's no reason to get scared. We understand going in that anything has an answer. There's always an alternative. We're taught that first, remember. We have the basics going in first of how things work so that we can apply the principles, the instruction manual, in our own simulation. So there's no reason for us to choose to be afraid of what's going to happen, no matter how it looks.
And some of our military, they train, not to panic.
Yes.
Because panic kills.
Yes.
So this is a similar idea then.
Well, sort of, but we're not trained to not panic.
Yeah, because you wouldn't panic.
Correct.
Because you wouldn't get afraid.
We are trained to understand that there is simply no reason to choose to panic. It makes no sense to us. It's that ingrained.
It's sort of the difference between a stable consciousness and a consciousness moving towards stability.
Yes.
Okay.
We are not moving towards stability.
No, but we are.
I know.
Yes.
So, any more? Is that a no?
No, I just was trying to find another question that I hadn't. Okay, so after finishing the 30 days cryptic meditation,
Yes.
negative people started coming to this individual and interfering in their behavior.
Interfering?
Well, that's
or
or
offering
trying
an opportunity to express what you've learned in the meditations about becoming a cryptic.
So the person wanted to know how to be sure on the full moon I'm not connecting with those or other negative beings.
How to be sure?
Yes.
You're talking about the idea of what we suggested about going to Joshua Tree or some other full moon?
I think it's Joshua Tree.
Well, then the certainty is to not go. Well, if you're going to carry with you a belief system that says that you might be in danger on a full moon in Joshua Tree, don't go, and then you will be certain not to have that experience. Couldn't be simpler.
Okay, well,
yes?
I'd love to go back and look at some of the other questions from yesterday in case we had a few.
Yes.
But it would take me a moment. Should we have someone else ask a question and I'll...
No.
Okay. I'll see
For
if I
this
can go
night,
back there.
timing is different.
Okay, I got it. So maybe I can come up with a few here. Unless you're done.
How perceptive of you. it is actually time for your short break before the holotope meditation.
Okay.
So take a short break. We will resume this transmission then.
Okay. We'll see everyone in 15 minutes.
All right, I'll say let us continue this transmission. Now, first and foremost, before we begin with the meditation, the electronic experience that you had when we disconnected from the channel is because we didn't completely disconnect. We thought we'd give you a tiny taste of what's coming up on the 13th with regard to the idea of our presence being a little bit closer by allowing you to match our heartbeat. So, this is the very beginning of things to come, expressed first in the energy of your devices, but coming closer and closer and closer. Don't be scared. Unless you find it fun. And now, allow yourselves to relax. Let go of the cares of the day. Take a deep breath in and let it out. And continue to breathe deeply and easily as you allow your lights to shift and your music to play. And to begin the journey to the portal at midnight under the hunter's moon. Because you can begin to project yourselves there now ahead of the physical date, since all things are here and now. So be with us now in that vortex in Joshua Tree at midnight under the full hunter's moon. Stand upon the ground, sit upon the ground, lie upon the ground, whatever is your wish, and gaze up at the stars and the moon and the clouds of the night sky as you feel the energy build with anticipation of an opening, of a door, slowly opening, wider and wider and wider, so that you may see through to the other side, a dimensional doorway, a portal, a vortex. And on the other side, other forms of consciousness peeking through that door at you, watching, observing, feeling the invitation you have sent by the opening of the door. And that consciousness passes through the door, crossing the threshold into your reality, still hovering in the sky, observing you all and awaiting the signals, receiving the signals, the vibrations, the frequencies of your inner beings, letting those frequencies wash over and through the other consciousness, taking it in, absorbing it, feeling it, reading it, and then silently at first, and then as a whisper, speaking to you, casting spells of energy in the language of light that crystallize in your consciousness as symbols, images, feelings, translations, ideas, imaginings. Uncharted territories unfold in the map of your mind as the stars across the sky connect in your imagination through lines of light, forming asterisms, constellations that allow you to chart a course not only upon your planet, but through the cosmos, to rise upward, whether standing, sitting, or lying down, to rise upward, to meet the consciousness that descends toward you, and to feel your heart open as its heart opens to you, and to meet in the middle, in the sky, in the stars, in the clouds, in the night, under the light of the moon that illuminates not only the landscape around you, but the soul within you, the mind within you, the spirit within you, illuminates every cell of your being and calls forth the true self. Fear not, it says, for we are your family. We are those parts of yourself that you do not yet know, but will come to understand, will come together with, will come to know deeply. And the more deeply you know yourself, the more deeply you will know us. For we are but mirrors, and in us is reflected the grace and potential of your being. Dance with us now among the stars. Be open in your vision, in your senses, to go beyond what you normally conceive of as your reality, to drop the veils and the barriers and see coming forth a spread of lights, a spread of stars that are not stars, but beings of consciousness. And though the stars themselves also have their own form and expression of consciousness, these come to you as extensions, as sparks of light and life. And as you meet them and as you match them, the spark within you ignites and shall forevermore burn bright and shall forevermore be within you as a light in the lantern that lights your way, that lights your path, the path that is you. Be open on this night under the hunter's moon. For what you are hunting for is yourself. What you seek is more of you. It is not game that you hunt, but knowledge of the game that you play on earth. Knowledge of the theme you have chosen to explore. Under the hunter's moon, all can be revealed. You can find your place upon the earth in the grand scheme of the game, and allow yourselves to play out your self-chosen free will destiny as you, the unique you that is now held in the sight of other consciousnesses, other hearts, other minds, other souls, other spirits, other beings. We hold you in our hearts. welcome you to our world, as you welcome us to yours. We meet here in this place, at this time, under this moon, in this light. And this meeting shall be forever here and now. So that even as you walk your path in the light of day, the hunter's moon shall gleam within you, glow within you, and lure you, attract you, magnetize you to more of yourself, to hunt for those pieces within you that will allow you to connect, to integrate, to join, to blend, to harmonize, and to constantly, with curiosity, burning in your heart, to seek more and more and more of your being. And see yourself reflected in the million shards of the shattered mirror that is all that is. That are the stars in the sky, the mirrors that reflect the spark within each and every one of you. Come to this place. This is the first meeting of many that shall grow and crystallize into physical form one day, not too far away. So be here now, in this place, at this time, and on this day of the 13th of October, in the ending of an old cycle and the beginning of a new, that begins with your year of 2020. For within that is not only the promise of perfect vision of a future, but the clarity of hindsight from which you can learn to be here and now in the present. Using the power of the illusion of the past and the future to inform yourself of the knowledge you need in the here and the now. Be at peace, be in joy, and feel the beating of your hearts. As you breathe in and out, in and out, and journey deeper than ever before into the great mystery of all that is. Continue now as your lights fade and your music fades into the night. Light of the hunter's moon. Continue to float and dream and be. Just be. Just breathe. Just be. And feel the rhythm of the night that surrounds you, that encompasses you, that enfolds you, that nurtures you, and that blesses you with insight that shall guide you along the way on your journey with us, hand in hand, heart in heart. All right. This transmission is called Mirror, Mirror, Reflections. We are, at the end of this transmission, going to be describing a technique, an exercise, that will help put you more squarely in touch with your higher mind, but also with all of the different areas that you have perhaps compartmentalized in your physical mind. This exercise is something that can really allow you to go more deeply into your belief systems, but primarily this exercise will allow you to truly get to know yourself from a new perspective. Now, some of this may at first seem, in a way, a little uncomfortable, because we will be asking you to do this exercise for about 15 minutes of your time consistently. But you will understand that by doing it on a daily basis, you can break through in many areas of your consciousness. Again, dive much more deeply into your awareness, really have more discernment as to the belief systems within your physical mind that make up your physical mind, and allow you to move through life in a more accelerated way as we prepare in 2022 for the next year of 2023, which is the beginning of the window of open contact, and therefore extremely important that you become more transparent to yourself, more knowing of yourself, more deeply investigative of yourself, so you can truly divest yourself of all of the belief systems that are fear-based or negative or simply irrelevant for the true you, the core you, the essential you, so that you can move forward in a more streamlined way along a true path of least resistance. So Mirror, Mirror, Reflections, the exercise itself that we will take you through at the end of this transmission, will help you truly sharpen your sight, your inner sight, to who and what you really are, and give you that edge to let go, give you the will to let go, give you the ability, more so than ever before, to let go of those things that you'll more easily recognize as having nothing to do with who you truly are. So we will get to that, as I said at the end of this transmission. For now, there are other kinds of reflections that we will discuss with you in your questions, in your dialogues. And so we now invite you to open up and share what is most important to you, what is of interest to you this day of your time. So please, by all means, allow yourselves to move forward in that way.
Greetings, Bashar. My name is Corey and I'm from New York. And the question I have today is about Puerto Rico and the ET sightings that are apparent there. I've heard many different stories, and before last year when my brother and I went around December and the time of January, we heard that there were many sightings in the El Yunque forest, and we also heard that there was an observatory there that had collapsed, and apparently they have seen some ET sightings from that observatory. I was also made aware of that within El Yunque there were some ETs that were there that met some people, and apparently the military arrived, and different types of stories. When I got to the island, I met a man next door, coincidentally, or I guess not coincidentally, and when he started talking to me about ETs, he told me that he had seen them himself in Puerto Rico and basically knew it was beyond just a belief. When I went inside of his Airbnb, on the TV there was a gray, and it all seemed too good to be true. So my question for you is, would you be able to elaborate more on what is going on in Puerto Rico and why this is a focus point for what appears to be many different types of ETs? Thank you very much. Ha'atu.
There is a base there that is a pass-through for many different cultures of extraterrestrial on your planet. And therefore, there may be more opportunity for sightings there, some opportunity for interactions there, depending on who the individual may be to some degree. So, in that sense, you may say it's a hub, and therefore, more awareness of it from certain individuals is to be expected.
Hello.
Good day. Good day. Good day.
Good day. Much love to you.
And unconditional love to you as well. What would you like to discuss this day?
I would like to talk about the 5 main forms of abundance.
Oh, all right.
And I've been exploring them in depth and found greater experiences of abundance in many different ways.
Yes.
And I don't take this lightly, because I know we could identify piles of different forms of abundance.
Oh, yes.
And there is value in just having 5 to focus on.
Yes, we begin there. We don't want to overload anyone. But there are many other expressions of it, of course. Life itself is a form of abundance.
Of course. Yes, it is. I would like to offer a suggestion.
By all means.
That perhaps we could add one more particularly significant form to the list.
Besides life.
Life is good.
All right.
Life is a good
So we can make that the 6th. If you wish to add a 7th, please, by all means, make your suggestion.
7 is a good number, sure.
Yes.
Okay. My suggestion is time. And I understand that timing is more significant. And,
yes.
In a sense, metaphysically real than time. But as a human being, wanting to engage in the economy that we have and the society that we have at this point in our history, it is still the concept of time as understood by the collective is still very relevant.
Oh, yes.
And to my surprise, exploring timing and getting so comfortable with synchronicity that it's actually surprising to me now when I don't experience something as being really synchronous. If I don't see the synchronicity in
All
my
right.
world, I'm like, whoa, what's going on?
Well, first of all, before you continue, if I may, remember that everything is synchronicity. It's just that some things are more noticeable to you because they're more relevant for you. But please continue.
Yeah, and sometimes even in the chaos, I see the synchronicity there and how beautifully I am seeing the illusion of not synchronicity.
All
And it's lovely. And yet,
Yes.
I am still able to experience a significant amount of scarcity, a lack of time. So I find that time is a concept that I really need to continue exploring.
All right.
And
Well, if you're going to continue to explore that, then you have to explore it as space-time.
right. Yes.
All right.
Yes, understood.
That's
that
fine.
makes sense.
That's
And
fine.
Thank you. Sure.
So how would you like to explore space-time as a form of abundance?
Well, I think that could be worth a private session.
Maybe, maybe not. It's not necessarily that complicated. Are you asking to experience more time?
Yes.
All right, but why?
Because there is so much I want to do, so much, and in my experience,
Yes.
I could more fully utilize the formula if I experience myself having more time.
One moment. Let's stop there for a moment because that's an important point.
Good.
Do you understand that synchronicity is the organizing principle?
Yes.
If you understand that synchronicity is the organizing principle, why isn't the time that it gives you sufficient?
Damned if I know.
All right, well, I can help illuminate that for you. You may think you need to do more than you need to do. Because remember, when the organizing principle kicks in fully in your awareness, it actually shows you what really needs to be done and shows you what doesn't. So you may be under an assumption, and this is just an exploration, you may be under an assumption that there is more that you need to do than you actually need to do, or you are not necessarily truly completely aligned with acting on your passion, because you may not be doing things in the way that would actually be most representative of your passion, which would automatically allow synchronicity to organize and streamline the way in which you do things that would allow you to see that the amount of time that synchronicity brings you is absolutely perfect if you're doing the things that are representative of your passion in the most passionate way, because usually when you do that, it becomes extremely efficient, and that's why one of the tools is the path of least resistance. So when all of that is working together, that's why we focus on the idea of timing. It includes, obviously, an experience of space-time, but it's all wrapped up in the idea that when synchronicity is allowed to really fully function in conjunction with truly being aligned in your actions with what you're passionate about, then the organizing principle brings you the way in which to do things that doesn't necessarily require as much time as you might think. Now, is it possible that this is opening something up for you?
I feel like that those ideas, I've heard you say them a few times, and I've really integrated that as much as I can, and it has blown my world open and my mind open so many times.
All right. So?
And I also recognize that I am human, that I'm not as perfect as I'd like to be.
Well, we understand this is a process. That's fine.
Of course, yes. So I'm not as, I mean, I keep noticing ways to become more streamlined, ways in which even sometimes in minute details, I can be doing even better at following the formula.
All right. Is there resistance to that, though?
I do feel conflicted when there are things that I know I need to do in order to take care of myself, and I really
you think you need to do.
well, yeah, okay. But things like even just filing expenses so that my ex can pay me back for some of them.
All right. Do you have any assistance doing that?
I have some assistance, yes, and synchronicity has helped me find the assistance that I need. And
did that make things go faster?
well, see, yeah, there's.
You see where we're going here?
You're sorry, what was that?
Do you see where we're going here?
Oh yes, yes, and you know, I have noticed that what I first perceived to be a delay ends up serving me well, and I see that yes, I've really been exploring and learning, and other things are falling into place, and I do see that like things still work out, and yet like
things work out, and yet
I want to do more.
Like what?
I want to put more of my time and energy and attention into the things that I do love doing.
Oh, so you're saying that you are still doing a lot of things that are not representative of your passion?
Well, sometimes
or doing them in ways that are not representative of your passion. Isn't that what we just discussed?
All of the above, or sometimes, actually, in a lot of time, I've on many occasions, I feel that there are so many things I really would love to do and want to do. It's almost like this backlog of dreams.
Again, you're not trusting the organizing principle then, which means you're not using the formula correctly. And that's why you think you need more time. You're focused on things in a way that are not representative of your passion. Therefore, you're filling your time with those things instead of either letting them go entirely or doing them in ways that would be more representative of your passion, which would streamline you and require less time, right?
And allow me to just say focus on like whatever, just pick one expression of my passion and roll with it.
Yes, but again, the organizing principle will show you in what order you need to do that, and when you need to do something else that's representative of your passion, the passion in the first thing will most likely wane.
Yes.
Or you will not have the ability to act on it. That's another form of synchronicity. Remember, there's a green light and a red light synchronicity. Green light means here's something you can take action on. Red light means no, this is not your path right now, even if it excites you. So find out what is, because even something that doesn't seem to be connected that excites you is actually connected because it excites you. So you have to really start using the formula more precisely in order to see that you have exactly the perfect amount of time you need if you don't spend it on doing things that you don't prefer to do, or at least not in the way you prefer to do them.
Agreed.
So
I still think that there is value in exploring my own concept of time and the way in which time is understood.
Of course. It's just that we can also see that while there may be a process in there for you to get in touch with other things, then that's also how you're using the time, and that's fine. But we're also seeing through the transparency that you are not actually fully using the formula precisely. So that's all right.
Fair enough.
You're in a process. And if you want to use the time to investigate your concept of time, then that's completely up to you. And it can be an important process for you to finally arrive at the point where you will stop doing that and start using the formula precisely. But that's up to you.
And I also see that, like we have the saying, time is money. And people are, in the society, people are quite willing to see time as a resource. And that could be a great stepping stone to starting to recognize more and more, for the mainstream to recognize more and more that we can experience abundance and the ability to do what we need to do when we need to do it in many, many ways.
Absolutely. But this again is part of the exploration of understanding the formula more deeply.
Okay.
You see, that's why we spend so much time explaining the formula in depth to many people over almost 40 of your years. It's not that we have added anything to the formula. The formula is the formula, and there are very simple basic steps to it that we've described many times. But the idea is that we're spending the time gladly, happily, passionately with all of you, allowing you to refine your understanding of what we actually mean by those steps and how precision is extremely important in applying those steps so that you don't necessarily find yourself, quote unquote, needing more time or wasting time or anything like that, that everything is recognized as happening in perfect timing.
Yeah. And it's that precision, that incredible mastery that
Yes.
is, you know, it seems limitless. Like I there is, I can always surprise myself with how much more room there is to improve.
Thank you very much.
Oh, love you.
Our
Thank you.
unconditional love to you as well. Aveo.
Ew.
Hello, Bashar. My name is Jack. I'm tuning in from Bali, Indonesia. And I have a question. My wife and I, we run a life coaching business. And one thing that we've thought has been our highest excitement is impacting really as many people as possible. And so we've wanted to fill our programs to really have about 10 times more people. And yet everything we've done to try to do that hasn't worked out. Now, do you think the problem is that we've been focusing too much on the outcome? Is this not really our highest excitement if everything we've done in the last 7 years to grow our business hasn't panned out and it's led to burnout and overwhelm? Are these symptoms of it not being our highest excitement? Let me know if you can help me with clarity on this. Thank you.
Yes, or symptoms of you not doing it in the way that is actually most exciting, plus a little bit of insistence on your part, which is causing resistance. Because you think that it's somehow more impactful by having more people than simply the people that you have. Remember, they're going to go out and they're going to share things too. So you may not necessarily have to personally have all of the people that will be touched by what you're sharing, but you just have to know that what it is you're sharing will reach who it needs to reach, and stop focusing on the idea of the quantity and focus instead on the quality of your delivery and information. It will reach who it needs to reach. Your numbers may grow, but that's not the important point. The important point is, are you sharing what you're passionate about sharing without insistence, without resistance? Are you trusting the synchronicity of the way things are unfolding? You only get overwhelmed, as you say, by doing things that are resistant to the natural flow of your being. So find ways to do things that are more exciting, or things themselves that are more exciting, and just trust that the way it unfolds is the way that it needs to at this moment. If it needs to change, it will. If it doesn't change, it didn't need to.
Oh, hello, Bashar.
Good day to you.
So I have a few questions for you.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much.
You have given us in a previous transmission 2 pictures of grays. And I was curious to know from which race are these 2 grays?
One is a hybrid in the classic sense. One is more aligned with the idea that most people on your planet recognize as the Greys. And as we have said, the Greys are a mutated race of humans from a parallel version of Earth. At least that faction that you're mostly dealing with. Not that there aren't other factions of Greys. There are tall Greys, there are short Greys, there are Greys from other dimensions. But the ones that we more often than not refer to are the race of mutated humans from the parallel version of Earth. Does that answer your question? Or is there something else you wanted to explore about that?
I was wondering if it had maybe something to do with the different hybrid races that will be introduced.
Well, first and foremost, the different hybrid races will be introduced at different times. The first will be the Shalanaya, the children that will come to live among you, and possibly the Yael, the caretakers of the children that will ultimately come to live among you in different places on your planet. So eventually, you will start to meet, as contact opens up more and more, the different hybrid races. But remember, the Greys are already, in a sense, one version of a hybrid race. So you have met them, you will meet the children, you will meet the Yael, possibly the precursors have been observed by some people on your planet from time to time, without necessarily knowing it. But to meet our civilization, the Sasani hybrids, will require a little bit more change on your planet before you will become vibrationally compatible with our species. Does that answer your question?
Okay. Almost, and I was wondering if one of these two pictures, I guess the hybrid, if it's referring to one of, if it is referring to the Shalanayel or the Yael.
The Shalanaya and the Yael may have some hybrid features, but they are a little bit more human than we are. The hybrid you're looking at is a little bit more representative of something closer to us, with the larger eyes, smaller nose and mouth and ears, so on and so forth. Again, some of the Yael and Shalanaya may exhibit some of these traits, especially in the eyes, but that is what is typically referred to on your planet now as an average or classic hybrid, which is sort of like a 50-50 between the Greys and what you consider yourselves to be as human. Therefore, more representative of us.
Okay. My next question, I was wondering, what is the general relationship from our collective consciousness to extraterrestrials?
The general relationship? Can you be more specific?
Like, how do we relate to extraterrestrials as a collective consciousness, whether we are welcoming them or not?
Well, you relate to us in a variety of ways based on belief systems from different individuals, different cultures on your planet, so on and so forth. There isn't just one big way that all of you are aware of, even though on a collective level, yes, there is a relationship, and it is through the idea of the collective archetypal consciousnesses that you have labeled things like Christ consciousness, Buddha nature, Krishna spirit. We come through or make a connection to those collective levels of your entire planet, sometimes expressed as nature or Gaia as well, in order to allow ourselves to know when we are or are not interfering with the overall process of the individuals on Earth. So the relationship is one of reflection, is one of connection. You are definitely part of our galactic family, whether you know it or not, and we a part of yours. But this is something you will come to learn. Does that answer your question?
I think so.
All right. Well, you are asking the questions in very general ways, so we're not exactly sure exactly what direction you would like to take this in.
Yes, actually, it's also referring to the open contact.
Yes.
Because if I understand it, open contact means that there is a certain level of readiness to allow you to come.
Yes.
And as we are building up to that direction, I was wondering whether it shows as a collective, in the collective field.
Yes,
that
it does. But again, please do remember, you never change the planet you're on. You shift yourself to another version of Earth that is already more ready for open contact by changing your vibration to match it. So when you say the collective, well, yes, that's true. There are more people in your reality that are more willing to shift themselves toward the experience of open contact, but that doesn't mean it's going to be happening on the version of Earth that you're on right now. You will leave that behind. You will shift to another version of Earth, whether you recognize it as such or not. Does that answer the question? Remember, the window of open contact is somewhat broad. Beginning in your year of 2023, it will start slowly. It will be sporadic and intermittent. It will take different forms. Possibly toward the end of the window, 2033, 2040, 2050, then you'll be experiencing more fully the idea of open contact with different extraterrestrial species. So it'll happen gradually over that window in a variety of ways, depending upon the belief systems and cultures that exist on your version of Earth at this particular moment, and how far they're willing to shift into new versions of Earth that are already experiencing open contact. So we're giving you that broad window of time for you to go through whatever process is necessary for you to get used to the idea that you can be interacting physically with extraterrestrial beings in your society, because it will vastly change your society, or more precisely, your society, or whatever version of it is going to shift into those other versions of reality, will have to change very much in order to experience what we're talking about. So we're giving you time to do that by giving you the information that is necessary for you to shift your vibration in that direction. Did that help?
Yes, yes, very much. And also on this note, when you're talking about open contact, and I mean, I'm always constantly shifting myself into a different world.
Of course.
Do you imply that open contact means really open towards civilization in the broad sense, or will it be more like individual open contact?
At the beginning, it'll be more on the individual level, but it will grow to the full civilization eventually. But again, remember, it won't be the full civilization that exists on your planet now. It'll be the full civilization that is appropriate to populate the version of Earth you will shift to that will be ready for open contact. But it will still look like the full civilization. But if you really were paying attention from another level, you would realize that not all the people that are with you on Earth now will be with you there. It will be the full civilization of that version of Earth. It won't necessarily contain all the people that are in your version right now. And it will maybe contain some people that aren't even here yet. Is this helping at all?
Yes.
All right.
May I ask you, if I can ask you still 2 questions?
Well, now you just used up 1 question, didn't you?
All right. Then my last question is, do you have a personal advice for me?
Follow your passion, follow the formula. It's the best advice we can give to any of you. Learn to do it precisely, and everything will fall into place. That's why we give you the formula, because we don't give you something where it forces you to overthink things, to overcomplicate things. We are keeping it simple for you. We are distilling it down into the basic nature and structure of how you actually generate your physical reality experience. So the best advice is follow the formula. That's it.
Thank you very much, Bashar.
You are very welcome. Aveo.
Hello, Bashar, and good day to you. I'm Robert from Poland. In the Conundrum session, you recommended the Middle Sea in combination with the Schumann resonance and 440 Hz for lucid dreams. I was surprised because until now I thought the 432 Hz tuning was more natural to our bodies. Could you clarify it? If I use only C-sharp sound during the day, which tuning do you recommend? Thank you and goodbye.
All right, now this goes back to what we have always told you, that everything is a permission slip and that your own higher mind will adjust what works for you. So if 432 works better for you than 440, go with the flow. That's all there is to say about it. Trust that your imagination will alter whatever it is we suggest, because there's always a range to the things we suggest as permission slips. It's not always dead on accurate to the particular frequency. Different individuals have different beliefs that generate a need for different frequencies. 432 isn't that far from 440, and it may be within the range that works for you. So trust your instincts and go with what works for you, because everything in physical reality is just a permission slip. And if it works for you on 432, then you are giving yourself permission to be more of yourself on that frequency. So go for it.
Hi, Bashar. How's it going?
Perfect. And you?
I'm doing really, really good.
Oh, all right.
It's a pleasure to finally get to speak to you after 8 years of watching your material.
All right. Well, it is our passion and our pleasure to interact with you as well. What would you like to discuss?
Okay, so I am aware that your civilization is telepathic.
Yes.
And throughout my growth, I've started to experience sort of telepathy. My question for you is, am I actually telepathic?
Everyone is. Everyone is, whether you know it or not. The thing is, you just don't know enough about how it all works. You don't know the playing field that you're practicing in enough. Because sometimes what you pick up on may not necessarily be relevant for your particular reality, even though it's real. You may be picking up telepathically on a parallel reality. So it may not be relevant for yours, and that's when it seems not to be accurate. So you have to understand that sometimes as you vary your frequency, you may be going beyond your particular individual timeline.
Wow. So are you saying that like I could be connecting to a different parallel version of like a celebrity or something from another universe? Or
Yes. So that's part of what you have to learn as discernment, and you'll get used to it as you practice over time to be able to tell the difference between what connections you're making that are relevant for your timeline and what connections you may be making that are relevant for other timelines. Because the idea of expanding your consciousness can easily take you into parallel realities. You just have to learn the difference about what is germane for you and your reality. But that comes with practice.
I've experienced like relationships and even so, they're not real, but like marriages. Like
yes, I understand. And they are real. They're just not relevant for your reality.
Okay, so where are they relevant?
In parallel realities. As I said, it's part of the way you practice. You just have to learn to tell the difference. That's part of your discernment. That comes with a different flavor. You just have to learn how to recognize that flavor, that feeling, that difference within things that are part of your reality and things that are part of a parallel reality. It will come with practice.
Why would my higher self give me these experience or like show me these experiences if they're not relevant for my
What's relevant is the understanding that you have the ability to know about parallel realities and use them to guide your course, because you're creating your timeline out of 1 billion different parallel realities every second. So it's just the nature of what happens when you start exploring consciousness that you become aware of tapping into different parallel realities, because even though some of the details in those parallel realities are not relevant, the fact that you're tapping into them more consciously is relevant, because that's how you create your life anyway. So it's just that you may not understand the purpose for that yet, because you're looking at it from an old-fashioned, outdated point of view of, well, if I'm getting this information, it must all be true in my reality. No, that's not necessarily the reason why you start picking up on parallel realities. It's to allow you more ability to tap into the parallel realities that truly define your timeline, the relevant one for you. So it just comes with the territory.
That's cool. I mean, this was like a year's worth of literally completely losing myself in this kind of thing.
That's all right. Again, it's just a matter of understanding the territory and how it actually works so that you can use it in a more relevant and precise way, rather than assuming that everything you're seeing is relevant. It's just like walking down a street in your reality. Not every side street is relevant for you to turn down, but you still pass them. You're still aware of them. Not every person that passes you on the street is someone you need to talk to, but you're still aware of them. You still pass by them in order to get to where it is relevant for you, in order to get to the person you need to have the conversation with. It's just that right now you're assuming that every person you pass has the same degree of relevance for you just because you passed them. They don't. You have to learn the difference in the same way that you learn that I don't need to talk to that person just because they passed within inches of me.
Yeah.
So,
but they are real though, right?
Yes, they're all real. You can't imagine non-existence. In some way, shape, or form, in some dimension, in some parallel universe, in their own right, They're real in their own way. But again, you don't have to worry about that.
Okay. So like you became my best friend.
All right.
Are you aware of this? Like,
if I don't need to be, no. Right now, at this particular moment, I need to be aware of the interaction we are having. I don't always need to be aware of interactions that other people may have in their version of their universe. Because it's fine for you to tap into the collective energy of my people, my world, my reality, my parallel universe, and even portions of my own real consciousness, but I don't need to necessarily be aware of them.
okay, but I do, so that's cool.
So it's relevant for you.
Yes, yes.
Right now, this is the interaction that's relevant for both of us.
Right. This is like the coolest thing ever.
Whatever temperature you want it to be.
Is this the future? Because
is this the future?
No, not this. Yes, it is. But like I'm talking about, is telepathy? Is it?
Yes. The answer is yes. Humanity is evolving, at least some of you are, to where the idea of telepathy, which from our point of view is really telempathy,
Yeah.
is actually going to increase and be something that will become common in your society and recognized as such, as it is in our society. It'll take some time, but that's all right. There are still individuals who do it all the time. The idea, again, and why we call it telempathy, is because remember, you're not reading someone else's mind and they're not reading yours. You're simply operating on the same wavelength and having the same thoughts at the same time. That's what telepathy is. That's why people who are in love know what each other is thinking very often, because they're on the same wavelength. And that's why we call it telempathy. You have to be on the same wavelength to actually have the same thoughts as someone else at the same time synchronistically.
Should I continue this practice? I mean, is it...
As long as you're open to the idea of understanding the discernment that will come with it so that you can understand the playing field you're operating in, then fine. Just don't make immediate assumptions about things having to be this way or that way. Remember, the formula says no assumption and no insistence on what you think the outcome is supposed to be. Just open up to the idea of being connected. Open up to the idea of loving everything and everyone. And then you will experience more telepathy as you need to in whatever way is relevant for you. But again, remember, the relevance may simply be to give you the practice to tell the difference between what is relevant for your reality and not. That's also part of it. So don't make assumptions that everything has to be relevant.
Okay, so I have one last question.
Yes.
About telepathy.
Yes.
So I made deep bonds with these people in my consciousness.
In your reality, yes.
Are those people like say, and they're real here? I
understand.
I don't want to.
Remember.
It's actually happening with them.
Yes, it may not be. Some of them it may, some of them it may not. And again, that's where the discernment comes in.
Is it still them? Is it like there's...
It's your version of them. Remember, you're creating your version of everyone. It doesn't mean people aren't real. It just means that you're creating your version to interact with. If there is an agreement on the part of another person that it's relevant for them to also experience the bond in their version of you, then yes, you'll make a connection and synchronicity will show you when that's obvious. If the opportunities don't arise in your reality, then there's no agreement to connect. Let it be obvious. If synchronicity provides an opportunity to connect on the physical plane, that might be an indication that there is some kind of a connection that can be expressed as a bond. But again, never assume what that bond is all about.
Okay. So
trust the synchronicity of how your life unfolds.
Yeah. So I guess, I mean, it happened for a reason. So
exactly.
I'm just hoping something happens.
You don't have to hope. Something will happen. But again, don't put insistence on it because you don't know what the ideal outcome with your connection to any of these people actually is for.
Okay.
So let it show you what it's for. All right?
Okay.
All right. We thank you.
Thank you.
Good day.
Okay.
Hi, Bashar. I have a question regarding people who say they live in 8D, 12D. Lisa Transcendence Brown, for instance, she says she is a 12D gatekeeper, grid keeper. What does it actually mean? Because if I'm not mistaken, I often hear you say that 5D is the limit of our physicality, of us humans being physical, that after that we become non-physical. So thank you for explaining this a bit more. Thank you. Bye-bye.
4D is the limit of physicality. 5D is totally non-physical. But the idea is that people can connect to those higher frequency dimensions. It doesn't mean they live there as a physical being, but all of you exist on different dimensional levels. So someone saying, well, I am from this dimension or that level, may simply be using an old-fashioned term to say that they feel connected to that non-physical dimension of reality or that frequency of existence. But clearly, as a physical being, they don't reside there, but they may reside there as a non-physical being, as a higher level spirit, which you all have on different levels of existence. Now, some people may also simply be putting out information that is erroneous because they simply have a misunderstanding of how these things work and a misinterpretation of what terminology to use that would be more accurately representative of what they're saying. But all of you exist on every level. So it depends on what you're keying into that allows you to say perhaps that I'm tapping into 8th dimension or 12th dimension or this or that. Also remembering that dimensional labels are relatively arbitrary because it's just a matter of different frequencies.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Wow, I'm so excited. I really love you. Really, thank you
Oh,
for doing.
our unconditional love to you as well.
Thank you. I want to ask you about the experience I had while I was meditating about a place in South Korea, Jeju Island. I felt connected to it. I saw it on TV, and I wanted to visit there in my meditation. And I saw a being who accompanied me. That was a woman of octopus and a body of a woman, and she was bluish. She didn't talk to me. She just went with me everywhere where I went. And there was when we went to the water, and I felt she wanted to teach me how to breathe in the water. I don't know what the meaning of it. Can you give me more information?
Well, you are experiencing a combination symbol of things that represent different vibrations that are connected to the ocean because of your connection to the star system of Sirius. Do you understand?
Yes.
But what you're dealing with are elemental beings in nature that are connected to the idea of the sea, presenting you with a multiple combination being in your meditation to represent the different relationships and aspects of the ocean and the beings within it that you are most strongly experiencing. So look at it symbolically. Look at it symbolically for what the different aspects of that being represent to you. For example, the idea of the octopus not only represents an extraterrestrial connection because octopods belong to a different reality, even though they are also projecting themselves into yours, but also the idea of the eightfold way, the 8 branches, like a web stretching out so that you can experience more of your connections to different things on your planet and other planets as well. The woman, of course, the aspect of your femininity that allows you to dive deeply into your emotional being, to understand how to hold on to or let go of belief systems that do and don't work for you. And there are other symbols there for you as well. You have to ask yourself what these different aspects represent to you, and you will have a deeper understanding of why those aspects were reflected to you. Does that help?
Yes, but I don't understand why she wanted to teach me about breathing in the water. What does it gives me?
It's the idea, again, of the ocean standing for a deep dive into your consciousness and how to allow yourself to be more naturally connected to your deeper self, your higher self, and how to breathe in a new reality. Also, dealing with a spirit, it's like the idea that many times when people on your planet connect to spirits, the air around them may feel like they're attempting to breathe water. So she's, in a sense, helping you understand how to breathe in a new reality, breathe at a new level of experience, breathe in the new vibration, and make it as real as the idea of the air you breathe. Make it as natural to dive into those other dimensions, other realms, other ideas of yourself, as natural as breathing the air in the reality that you're familiar with. So teaching you how to breathe underwater doesn't necessarily mean that literally. It means teaching you how to exist and thrive in a new reality, a new level, a reality that contains more information for you, more connections for you, to breathe it all in.
Yes, I understand it. Yes, thank you. It helps.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I want to ask you about the soul. You said that when we die, then our focus becomes the soul of this lifetime, physical life that we had, the soul that connected to the life that we had. But
Yes.
now, if the soul wants to choose a so-called new life,
Yes.
then does she split herself and
No, that
focus
soul
becomes the new
experiences.
soul?
No, a soul experiences a new life. There's a new soul. You have to understand that you're also experiencing this from a higher level. So think of it as an oversoul that has many different soul individual extensions, and each of those extensions can experience a different life. So you're looking at something linearly that actually takes place on a non-linear level. So you're not splitting, it's just that you're coming from the higher level of the oversoul that already has many, many different individual soul extensions through which it can experience individual lives, all existing at the same time, even though from your experience it seems as if they're happening one after another. But that's an illusion of physical reality.
So if I die and then I feel that I is this soul for this life, so what does my focus change? Like, how do I know who am I? Like, maybe one day I'll say, okay, I'm the oversoul, and I feel like I'm the oversoul, and now I want to be this specific soul. Does my focus change all the time?
In a sense, yes. Let me give you an analogy with a human hand. The hand, the whole hand, is the oversoul. Here's a life, here's a life, here's a life, here's a life, here's a life. Individual soul, individual soul, individual soul, individual soul, individual soul. All the fingers exist at the same time for the hand. So this never becomes this. This finger never becomes this finger. This finger never becomes this finger. But if you look at it from a linear perspective, you can say, oh, I'm looking at this finger now, my focus is on this finger now, my focus is here, my focus is here. But they all exist and all extend from the hand. So it depends on whether you're looking from the perspective of the oversoul or whether you're looking from the perspective of an individual finger. But yes, it's all about changing your focus constantly in order to have different kinds of experiences. Linear ones from the finger's point of view, or simultaneous ones from the hand's point of view. Does that help?
I just think it's so confusing to know who am I? Like,
you are all that is.
But it's so many things.
Yes, that's what all that is. All that is all the things in existence. All of them. So that could be said, from your point of view, to be the ultimate level. But you can experience yourself in a way that is like you are not all that is. You can experience different portions of all that is. So you are always constantly dynamically changing your focus, but your focus also exists in all of those places simultaneously. I understand that to a linear perspective that can seem somewhat confusing, but you're constantly shifting your focus and doing so more often than not as you expand your consciousness, so that when you say, I'm experiencing this or I'm experiencing that, the I that you are referring to can actually be different levels of yourself from time to time. So you have to know which I you're talking about when you describe a particular experience.
So when the people die and they know that now their energy, they're not confused, they understand it all.
Yes.
the moment they die, they understand, they feel the connection.
Well, it depends. It depends on what you feel you need to go through the moment you die. You may experience different things that don't necessarily allow you to experience all that knowledge, but eventually you'll get to the point sooner or later where you understand it.
And when you say that when we're talking to you, we're talking to our higher mind and using you as a permission slip, but you're your own individual, so why would you speak as my higher mind? You can say whatever you want. You have your free will.
Yes, I can, but remember, I'm also doing a job that I chose to do with my passion and my free will. And part of the job is helping to reflect to you what your higher mind is saying so that you can get more used to communicating with your own higher mind using us as an example. It's simply part of my job description.
But everybody, people's mind that listen to you thinks the same. Their higher minds are the same.
On a basic level, the principles are all the same. But no, there are, of course, differences in the way that you express yourself as a higher mind, as a physical mind. But remember, you gravitated to us vibrationally. You're asking us the questions, which means there is some similar vibration in your higher mind that can serve you by answering the questions you would ask of it.
So it's not exactly the word you say, but the meaning, the energy of,
Yes.
of our higher mind, not specific the words.
Sometimes specifically the words, but more often than not the energy. Remember, higher mind communicates with an energy language that you translate in your physical reality as passion, excitement, creativity, love. That's the language of the higher mind as you interpret it through your physical medium. But nevertheless, you have attracted yourself to us, which means there is a vibrational frequency within you that also is similar to the vibrational frequency within us and within your higher mind. So you have decided that, at least for right now, allowing us to represent the higher mind is the path of least resistance for you. Maybe you will change your mind tomorrow.
And in telepathy, when two people think the same, who gives the first one the words? Where do they come from if the two people thinking the same?
The words are everywhere. Remember, all knowledge is ensconced everywhere all the time, here and now. So when you're on a certain wavelength, a certain frequency, that means only certain words will be relevant to that frequency. And so both of you or all of you will think of those words at the same time because those are the words that go with the frequency that you're both on.
So
Everything
all
has
the
a
words
matching
already
frequency.
here.
Yes, of course, they're everywhere. Everything exists now, including words. Just because you don't think of them yet doesn't mean they don't exist.
Okay, I understand.
All right, does that help?
Yes, thank you. Can you just say to my hybrid children that I'm ready for them to land?
They have heard you and they will determine when the readiness is appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I love you very, very much.
Our unconditional love once again to you, Aveo.
Aveo.
Hello, Bashar. This is Sandra from Miami, Florida. I had a dream that I would like your insights on. On September 30th, in the middle of the night, I was awakened by a sensation of like being plugged into a current of electricity, so to speak. My whole body it felt like it was vibrating, and I was perceiving a presence of an ET, a male, and I just remember being afraid to look up into his face because I was kind of afraid of being afraid, which I guess is another belief I can take a look at. And I just wanted to know what truly happened in that moment, and if that sensation of electricity or vibration was my own resistance. Any insights would be appreciated. Thank you and good day.
Yes, sometimes spirit beings or extraterrestrial beings will vibrate at a level that allows you the practice to match it. So yes, you're always feeling only your own energy, even if someone is offering you a higher frequency to mirror or match. So they're giving you the opportunity to practice moving to a higher level so you can have more conscious awareness of the encounters and interactions that you're having with extra-dimensionals, extraterrestrial spirit beings, and so on and so forth. So don't be afraid of the energy. It's your energy, but it gives you an opportunity to expand yourself. All right, good day.
Hello, Bashar. Good day to you as well.
It is an honor to speak with you today.
And you as well. What would you like to discuss?
All right. So in the last transmission, you told us a little something about the antiquity of yoga.
Yes.
Was it discovered, developed, or was it given to us?
It was intuited by those who were very, very close to the idea of nature and its forms and expressions of energy.
Okay. What can you tell us about the archetype Shiva? And was there a physical incarnation of Shiva on this planet at some time?
There have been physical projections that appeared to be physical incarnations, but weren't really incarnations in the classic sense. But archetypes can project physical representations that may seem very solid. So the archetype, again, is simply one of the ways that your collective consciousness has of looking at the concept of creation and destruction.
Okay. So Shiva is sometimes referred to as king of the yogis.
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, again, because of the nature of the ebb and flow of energies being represented by certain yogic positions, and therefore at the very core or heart of the energy of the archetypal representation that you're calling Shiva. Because again, everything is about the ebb and the flow back and forth in different ways, in different forms, almost down to, or actually literally quite down to, the idea of atomic structures. Because as you have relatively recently in your history, in your evolution, started representing the idea of how atoms are structured and electron clouds are structured, there are different forms that are representative of lobes, spheres, toruses, and things like that, that are more representative of the probabilities of the existence of the structure of atoms and subatomic particles. And these also are representative of the idea of Shiva energy and yogic flow. Tapping into those electron structures can actually allow someone to intuit different positions in the body that allow for the most efficient superconductive flow of electron energy and electromagnetic energy and electromagnetheric energy through your body. So this connects directly to the idea of the core of the ebb and flow of the archetype of Shiva, because it is, again, the positive, the negative, all flowing into one another in a constant dance of creation and destruction.
All right. And what about Krishna?
What about Krishna?
So like, say like Shiva and Krishna are both often depicted with blue skin. And so I know that there's that thing with the Anunnaki.
Yes, and that's why that depiction exists. Because again, they are considered archetypal gods, and the Anunnaki in their time were considered gods as humanity, as Homo sapiens understood them at that time. And some of that recognition has been handed down through genetic memory, that at one time your so-called gods actually did have blue tinted skin. And therefore in certain cultures, that genetic memory remained and was applied to the archetypal representations of gods.
Right. Okay, great. So a question, another one about the Anunnaki. So they came here, created Homo sapien from the native Sasquatch.
No. Not from Sasquatch. Remember, created Homo sapiens from early hominids. The hominids that were not genetically altered to become Homo sapiens evolved into Sasquatch, became a different branch of the hominid. So it's not that they took Sasquatch and created Homo sapiens, they took an early hominid that eventually became Sasquatch on its own without the genetic alterations. Very different.
Okay. So when they came here and created Homo sapiens, and then they left,
Yes.
but did they then come back?
Some of them came back, but the ones that came back were not the ones that were here initially, because the ones that created Homo sapiens did so outside of their laws. So they were recalled. So the ones that came back, along with others, were ones who now knew they had some responsibility for the creation of Homo sapiens because their brethren had created them outside the law, and therefore knew that they had to provide some guidance to set Homo sapiens on a path that would allow them to evolve.
Okay. And so did they come back like during Atlantean times?
Yes, sometimes, although again, there were more species involved than just the Anu, who were evolving out of their present form and evolved into the beings that now occupy the Lyran systems and the Pleiadian systems.
Okay. And so about Lao Tzu, what was he connected to and who was he? There's not very much that we know about him.
Connected to the consciousness of an archetypal form you recognize in your reality as the dragon energy. This is a level of being that exists in another dimension that is often interpreted as the form of a dragon in your reality, even though that's nothing like what they actually look like in their own reality. But Lao Tzu was connected very strongly, not the only connection, but connected very strongly to the dragon dimension, so to speak, just to use a term.
Okay. And in the Tao Te Ching, he describes the ancient masters. And so I was just wondering to whom he's referring to.
People that you don't remember in your history that have existed throughout the ages. Again, some of what we were talking about before, of different spirit beings choosing incarnations to come to you and let you all know that you are equal to them.
Okay. So there was one point in the Tao Te Ching where Lao Tzu says, like in referencing the Tao, he says, I don't know who gave birth to it. It is older than God.
The Tao is God. Nothing is older than God because older is just a concept. Remember, all things exist. There is no beginning and no ending to all that is. It just is. And Tao is a part of it. The only way that it could be, in a sense, from a linear perspective, quote unquote, older than God, is he was simply recognizing that it is part of the one. But the one is unbroken, homogeneous, and has no awareness and no experience. All that is the portion of the one that does know itself as all that is. So if you want to euphemistically say, well, the idea of the Tao is older than the portion that knew itself as all that is, you can make a sort of linear extrapolation that has some truth to it, in the sense that if you take it all the way back to the one, then yes, of course, everything in that sense is older than God, because God comes from the one too. But that's just more like wordplay than anything else.
Okay. So like in the Kabbalion, they use the word God to refer to or to describe the masculine principle, and then the universe as the feminine principle, and then as one described as all that is. So that's like...
Yes. Well, to us, there may be differences in terminology. All that is the portion of the one that knows itself as all that is. The one has absolutely no knowledge of itself, no awareness of itself, no experience of itself, because it has nothing to compare itself to. All that is knows itself, has a self-awareness, because it is also aware that there are other aspects of itself that make it seem as if there is something other than itself, which is the only way you can know yourself, is if there is seemingly something other than yourself to compare yourself to.
Okay, so I've heard you describe a particle in a vacuum with nothing to impose upon it, moving at infinite speed, so it's everywhere at once, hence
prime radiant. The prime radiant in our ancient language, but in your scientific jargon, it's called the single electron theory. You can look it up.
Okay. And so I was just wondering, like, could you consider the particle to be the masculine and the vacuum or the void to be the feminine?
If you want to. These things are just labels. If it works for you to do that, go ahead. But that doesn't mean it's an accurate representation of what it actually is.
Yeah, well, that's definitely what I'm looking for, is an accurate representation.
Then it's just all that is. That's all it is, because all that is everything. Masculine, feminine, neutral, whatever you want it to be, it is. It's existence itself.
Yeah. All right, I will have a think on that.
No, all right. By all means, have fun doing that. yes,
is this essentially like what you've described as the channeling state?
Yes. Because when you are following your passion, when you're in that vibration, when you're in the channeling state, whatever you wish to call it, you do a lot, but it seems like you're not really doing very much because you're in sync, you're in harmony, you're in resonance with your true self, and actions are effortless, actions are joyful, and it doesn't seem like you're expending any effort. So it doesn't really seem like you're doing anything because there's no resistance.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
It is our passion and our pleasure. Aveo.
Aveo.
Hey, Bashar, this is your friend Teresa from Long Beach, California, and I was wondering if you could discuss the 12th house sun in astrology, where a person may have their ego in a blind spot, they may have self-awareness issues, and I was hoping that you could delve into that theme a little bit. Also, can you tell us how modern astrologers may work with some of the bodies we're not as familiar with, such as Koyawar, Varuna, and Sedna? Thank you.
The idea simply is, overall, remember that astrology is a reflection permission slip. Astrological positions don't cause things to happen. They reflect things that are happening in the overall consciousness. Whatever energies you may assign to the smaller bodies in your solar system, like Sedna, you will determine among yourselves for whatever you think it represents first, before we are able to comment on it. And the idea of going into astrological houses and so on and so forth, again, is just another way of presenting archetypal energy in a manner that works for different belief systems and different cultures on your planet. We cannot necessarily at this point go more deeply than that into this particular concept.
Hello, Tadeo.
Nania.
So we have lots of exciting questions from our viewers today.
All right.
All right, the first one has to do with solitude. How important is solitude for going through the eye of the needle? I feel more joy, alignment, and aliveness during solitude. Can you expand on this?
The very idea of solitude is what has to some degree been happening because of your pandemic, allowing each of you to go within, be with yourself. It can be very important. It doesn't necessarily have to exist for everyone. But the idea of solitude allows you, shall we say, to really focus on yourself, allow your entire environment to nurture you, to cushion you, to allow you to be aware of the things in the quiet, in the silence, that are important for you to pay attention to without the idea of outside distraction, as you say. Now, again, not everyone is distracted by outside sounds, but for most people on your planet, solitude will be very important for you to take stock of who you are, to be quiet within yourself, and to really hear the thoughts clearly that come through your mind, to be able to discern the difference between those that work for you and those that do not. So solitude for most of you can be very important toward learning who you are.
Thank you. People with ADHD do not maintain focus on a single thing for a long period of time. They switch their focus rapidly from one thought to another, all based on what's most exciting to them. Does this mean that people with ADHD are better equipped to perceive the shifting of parallel realities, follow their excitement, and choose their preferred reality?
Not necessarily. Again, you have to take this on a case-by-case basis, because some of what you are referring to as ADHD can also be happening for negative reasons. It can be an avoidance issue. Switching from one thing to another rapidly doesn't necessarily represent the idea of following the waxing and waning of your excitement in a natural way. So the idea is you will have to look at the reasons why someone might switch, even with the experience you call ADHD, and avoid the idea of doing so because you're not willing to look at something that might be important to look at, to stay with something that might be important to stay with. So again, on a case-by-case basis, you will have to determine what is actually happening and whether for some people it is positive or for others it is negative. It can, in a positive way, represent the ability to go with the flow of your excitement, of your passion. It can, based on a positive utilization of the idea of switching around very rapidly, connect you to different parallel reality probabilities and options. But again, one must always be honest within themselves as to whether this is a flowing experience, following your passion path, or whether it is an avoidance experience, not wishing to look at things that you believe you might find painful.
Can different personality aspects within an individual's mind hold concurrent beliefs that disagree with each other, essentially?
Yes, of course. You find this most often in what you typically have referred to as dissociative identity disorder, or what you used to call multiple personality disorder. Because you know from the research that's been done there that one personality can switch to something completely different as a personality and have a completely different experience, completely different perspective, completely different opinions from the other personalities that may have been present a moment ago. So yes, it is absolutely possible.
How can I burn the fear-based beliefs that I'm not aware of? Are there ways to burn through them without having to become aware of each deep-seated issue?
The use of the term burn through them is interesting because it's not that you really have to burn through them to burn them away or burn them out or turn them to ashes. Again, it's the idea of being honest within the self as to what does and doesn't work, but not invalidating what doesn't work for you. But the idea of belief systems that are in the unconscious or subconscious mind in that way can again always be brought into conscious recognition by allowing yourself to ask what's going on in your physical reality, because the emotions, the thought patterns, the behaviors, and the experiences that are reflected to you are guiding mechanisms to help you determine whether you are holding on to negative fear-based beliefs or whether you are moving forward in a positive way. All you have to really do is be observant as to what's happening in the emotions and the thoughts, the behaviors, and the reflections of physical reality, to let you know that these are reflective of beliefs you may be unaware of within yourself. And again, always being able to ask the question, what would I have to believe in order to feel, think, behave the way I do, will always help you get in touch with them. Do you always have to be aware of what the belief is? No, there may be some exceptions. There may be techniques, tools, and certain kinds of permission slips. If you are really willing to know that you are powerful enough to switch, to become a truly different person in the moment, to know that your past is different, to let go of those things automatically and quickly that don't serve you. If you have that ability, then fine. You may not need to know exactly or precisely what the belief system is, but how many of you can actually say that you can do that without having some idea of what kind of belief you're holding on to? So again, it takes a great deal of clarity, transparency, and honesty to know whether you can truly just let go of all the negative and fear-based beliefs, whether you know precisely what they are or not, or whether you actually do need to go through a process of understanding what it is so that your physical mind can also have the same kind of clarity as your higher mind. So you have to each determine for yourselves how honest you are about whether you believe, truly know for a fact that you can do that without knowing what the belief actually is.
Could you define gratitude and humility?
Gratitude is the total acceptance of what is, and the allowance, total allowance of it being exactly what it needs to be to teach you what you need to know, to grow, to learn, to expand your consciousness. Humility is knowing that, again, the ego is only for the purpose of allowing you to focus in your process and experience of physical reality, and that there is not necessarily information that is accessible to you in what the ego thinks it should be, but to know and to trust and to allow your life to unfold in the way that it unfolds through synchronicity, knowing that everything is working perfectly. And if you are willing to remain in the positive state, then you can express the humility of knowing that everything you need is presented to you. Nothing is left out, but that you also don't know everything as to exactly when or how things should come to you. That you're willing to accept what is going on and make the determinations as to what works for you, to allow creation to unfold in the way that it automatically can, and to accept the totality of yourself and be appreciative of yourself and the way things unfold in every given moment.
And what is the difference between discernment and judgment?
Again, honesty can allow you to know the difference between excitement and anxiety, and therefore, with anxiety can come judgment. Discernment is simply the neutral observation of what is and isn't vibrationally compatible with your core vibration, your core frequency. There is no, shall we say, evaluation of it in the sense of this is better, this is worse, this is good, this is bad. It is the willingness to simply discern what isn't you vibrationally, but also the willingness to use whatever comes up in the most positive way for you, knowing that everything is happening for a reason. If you're willing to stay in that positive state to determine what that is, it will reveal itself to you. So again, honesty, knowing the difference between excitement and anxiety within yourself, and being in that neutral space that allows you to simply recognize, to simply observe what is and isn't you, as opposed to making an emotional reaction or response to it that brings with it some kind of value judgment.
And is there such a thing as positive ego or negative ego energy or manifestation?
Yes, of course. Again, the negative ego is the result of putting too much on the shoulders of the idea of the physical mind, when it's not designed to actually control anything, but only designed in the positive ego sense, the neutral ego sense, of allowing you the opportunity to have a physical experience. As we have often said, it's sort of like a diving mask when you go under the water. The ego is simply structured to allow you to have clarity in the physical reality experience. The negative ego thinks it needs to control everything because it's been given that task, because people may not understand that everything is automatically working in exactly the way it needs to. Even if things crop up that you don't prefer, it's there for a reason. So the positive or neutral ego will accept that it's there for a reason and stay in a positive state, just doing the job it was designed to do of allowing clarity of what's happening. Whereas the negative ego thinks it needs to know what will happen, what is going to happen, so it can control everything and manipulate details into place to make sure everything works, instead of simply surrendering to the fact that everything does work when you let go of the need to try and control everything.
Okay, here's an interesting situation. While I was following my excitement last week playing soccer with my kids, I suddenly lost consciousness. I fell and fractured my jaw. It's still a mystery as to why I lost consciousness. Everything checks out okay. I'm looking for answers. When I was woken up, I recall waking up from a festive dream before the pain set in.
Yes. Many people on your planet will allow their lives to unfold to a certain point in what seems to be a normal way, a natural way, but then they will give themselves the opportunity to accelerate themselves greatly, and often when people are changing and shifting from one parallel reality to another quickly, they will do so by injuring themselves with a blow to the head in some way, shape, or form. And after the fact, realize they now have more abilities than they used to have. As soon as the pain subsides, you may find yourself experiencing things you didn't experience before with regard to being able to perceive different energies that were heretofore invisible to you, or being able to be in a channeling state and bring things through that you couldn't bring through before, to see things in a different way. This is quite common on your planet, to shift your reality by giving yourself a blow to the head, which rearranges all of your neurological network in your brain to make it more efficient for bringing through higher frequency information and energy. And the idea of having the festive dream is an indication of what your reality can be like after the fact that you have received this blow. So you will heal, but you may also find that you have rearranged your ability to perceive things that you couldn't perceive before, or do things that you couldn't do before or didn't think you could do before. This is quite common on your planet. Many people who have blows to the head after the fact, when they heal, will find out that they are now quite telepathic, quite psychic, or quite able to channel different energies through themselves. And the idea of actually fracturing the jaw may be an indication of the direction that this energy will take, in that you may be able to express things more clearly from a higher frequency level and connect to your higher mind more readily and bring through information and share that information with others where you wouldn't necessarily have thought you were capable of doing so before, what you typically think of as an accident, which isn't an accident at all.
And why do I get undeniable signs from the universe only to find out that I was misreading the signs? Can I not trust my intuitive understanding of the clues life offers me? What am I missing to help me have a better, more realistic understanding of what's being communicated to me?
All right. Well, again, great honesty, self-investigation may be necessary here. Yes, of course, you can trust your intuition, but the real question is, are you actually going off of intuition? Or are you going off of presuppositions and belief systems that are making you think you're going off of your intuition? So you may have to clarify within yourself if there are any unconscious or subconscious wishes going on that create an insistence within you to think that, yes, this must mean this because I really want it to mean this, as opposed to being honest about what it actually signifies to you. So a great deal of self-investigation and introspection may be necessary to be able to tell the difference more clearly as to whether you are actually getting a result from unconscious wishes and insistences, or whether you're actually using your intuition to understand the meaning of certain signs that appear in your life.
Okay. How do we stay in a positive state regardless of the circumstance? It sounds so easy and exciting when you say it, but then when I'm back to life, I'm not able to do it. And how do I dissolve a negative belief that tells me that I can't dissolve a negative belief?
Well, first of all, you have some interesting definitions going on in that question. The idea being that when we say something, you understand it, but when you go, quote unquote, back to life, as if life was different than what we're telling you. So the idea is you're still making a difference somewhere in your belief system, that what we're saying and what you know to be true when you're allowing yourself to go into the state that matches our frequency is somehow different than the frequency you go back into when you, quote unquote, relive your normal life. So the idea is to not make so much difference and realize that you can say these things to yourself and trust that they are true for you when you say them, as well as when we say them, allowing the idea that you're holding on to a belief that it is difficult, that there is a difficult difference being made within your belief system between when you are engaging with a being like us and when you are engaging with yourself, as if you don't have the same power to tell yourself that you can, in fact, move forward, and still are holding on to the belief that there is a difference between the two.
And you say, don't invalidate what you don't prefer.
Yes.
Something negative is in your path for a reason, so don't invalidate it. It makes things worse. If Bashar said this, could he please explain it? I think I understand, but I really want to be clear and sure that I understand it.
All right. Well, again, remember, Every circumstance is fundamentally neutral. It doesn't have built-in meaning. You may have been taught to think that certain things have meaning. This is bad, this is good, this is negative, this is positive, but anything can be used in a negative or a positive way. So the idea is to recognize the neutrality of what's happening and instill within it a positive definition, not saying that the negative thing you may recognize as mechanically negative is positive, but that there is a positive reason why that may be cropping up in your life, that you can use this negative thing that was maybe created out of negative energy in a positive way if you remain in a positive state, because it's only determined what you experience by the state you choose to be in. So even though you may recognize that something was created negatively, even though you can still understand that it may be a negative thing on its own, you can still remain in a positive state, because then that's the energy you're putting into why you are observing it, why you are experiencing it as cropping up in your life. And by remaining in a positive state, you will be able to extract the reason, the positive reason that could be there for why it's in your life. If nothing else, as we often say, on a very simplistic level, sometimes attracting something you don't prefer can actually help with clarifying what you do prefer by contrast. And that's a positive way to use what you don't prefer, is using it to clearly define what you do prefer instead. That's another way of staying in a positive state and giving the reason why it's there a positive meaning. So ideally, hopefully, that will clarify the issue for you.
I've had out-of-body experiences since I was little, but I've never left the perspective of my body. Now that I understand what it is, I still can't shake my fear of it and go off and explore. What is your perspective of out-of-body experiences, and is there anything to fear?
There is nothing to fear. Out-of-body experiences will usually remain somewhat close to Earth. It's not the same thing as a near-death experience. It's not the same thing as actually dying when you go deeply into the spirit realm. Out-of-body experiences are still vibrationally connected to the Earth plane. However, that doesn't mean you can't go exploring the Earth plane or the lower astral realm, and that doesn't mean you can't access a lot of information, even though you may not have a full experience of the spirit realm. But there's really nothing to fear. You will have to find out what it is specifically that you are afraid will happen if you do go exploring, to find out what that belief system is that is anchoring you into a very small locale when you're out of body. So unless we are engaging you in a further dialogue, you will have to do the investigation within yourself as to what you believe might actually happen that you're afraid of if you go exploring. And perhaps then when you ask that question, the answer will arrive, and you will understand that it really doesn't make sense, because there's really nothing to be afraid of. First of all, you are in that state non-physical, unless you are afraid that something will happen to your body while you're exploring, like you have to watch over it or something like that, like a guard dog. But again, remember, these things are natural. Exploring beyond the physical is very natural for many people, and you do this all the time when you dream pretty much anyway. So there's really nothing to be afraid of. You are still here, you are still living your life, and there's no way you're really going to leave. There's really no way you're going to die, or that harm would come to you in a lethal way until you yourself have finished whatever agreement you have made to explore physical reality. So again, you have to dig down and find out for yourself. If you did go exploring, ask the question, what am I afraid might happen? And then allow yourself to hear the answer, to receive the answer, and you will see that it really makes no sense. And then perhaps it will be easier for you to let that fear-based belief go and have more fun going out and exploring.
How are parallel realities created?
They're not created, they already exist. The idea is that you create an experience of them, but they're already there. Everything exists all at once. So it's just a matter of shifting your perspective and your vibration to explore what's already there. That'd be like saying you live in a city and, well, how are all these other buildings that are not on my block created? Well, they're already there. They're being created and have been created from the beginning. It's just that you haven't necessarily gone to explore another block other than your own. So the idea is that when you shift your vibration, when your interests and excitements allow your frequency to shift, then you make it capable of exploring the idea of other physical realities and other parallel realities. But again, do remember, you're already exploring them because you're already shifting billions of times a second through different parallel realities that already simultaneously exist in order to create what you believe to be your single timeline, which is actually constructed out of billions of shifts into different parallel realities. So everything already exists. You just take journeys you've never taken before.
And if there are parallel realities, then do the identical personalities in each of those parallel realities die at different times? Do they share the same soul? And what happens when one of them dies, but the other one is still alive?
It's just like sort of having a twin. And again, they're not identical. Even identical twins are not absolutely identical. You have different experiences, different perspectives. So the idea is that they're not identical. They are different. And yes, there can be different time frames going on. One parallel reality may look like your past. Another parallel reality may look like your future. They're on their own timelines in a sense. And they're all individuals with their own souls. And therefore, just as if a twin died, well, there's still a twin living. So in a sense, nothing really happens. You might be able to tap into the fact that some of your other parallel versions have died or passed on or not. And you may pick up on information and energy that could serve you in this life based on the fact that they may have already died. You can tap into their spirits in that way and download information from those that have already passed into spirit. But in a sense, that's up to you to determine what parts of their experiences you will add to your own experience. So in that sense, nothing really happens that you don't agree to have happen, that you don't agree to connect to, and that you don't agree to download as information that might be relevant for you. They're all on their own paths, just like you are. And in that sense, even though everything is interconnected, they all have their independent free will and their connection to their own souls and their own oversouls in their parallel realities.
So what's really the benefit of focusing on your parallel lives?
Well, I just explained it. Let's just say that another parallel reality version of yourself, while not absolutely identical, is similar enough so that if they are in what you would recognize as the far future, let's say 50 years ahead of you, when you compare your timeline with their timeline, well, you could look at that version and see what it is that you might appreciate or like or prefer about what they're experiencing in their future reality compared to yours. And you could say, well, I like some of that. I will adopt that behavior from what they're doing into my reality so that I can experience more of what it's like to live in the idea of the future relative to my timeline. So you can download all sorts of information from them. Let's say they may have discovered something you haven't discovered. You can use that information, if it is relevant for you to download it, into your timeline and know something that you may not necessarily have known for another 50 years. If it is relevant for you to know it now, you could access that information in one of your parallel reality versions.
So what happens if a person's having a hard time in the present and they start feeling jealous or envious of their other parallel lives that are having better experiences?
Then they're not using it in a positive way. They're using that connection in a negative way. Because the jealousy and the anger and so on and so forth, the envy, is simply a way of recognizing that you have an issue with self-worth.
How often do we cross paths with other extensions from the same oversoul as us?
Depends on the person.
I'm sorry?
It depends on the person.
Is there a way to tell when we are in contact with another being that is branched off from the same oversoul as us? And is there any added significance to these interactions or connections?
If you become aware of it, which is not always the case, then that would tell you there's added significance. But no, you don't always have awareness of the other extensions or counterparts of your oversoul that exist in the same timeline. Only if it's relevant for you to do so, only if it's part of your agreement to help yourselves grow and expand from there. So if you do become aware of it, then obviously there's relevance and significance. If not, then no.
Can you tell us a little more about the spirit world, what it's like, what sort of things spirits do, and whether we have families that stay together as spirits?
This is a large subject. And the idea is this will be talked about at length in more detail at another time. But the idea in general is that you will experience, in general, when you go into the spirit world, a life review, connections to your soul family. You will remember the agreements that you made. You will learn from the experience of the life review what it is you would like to do next. You can create the experience of learning new things, being taught new things, being mentored by more advanced souls with more experience. You can create whole communities that might seem physical in spirit that aren't, but you can change things in the blink of an eye if you wish to. You will experience many different choices and the freedom to choose more things than you can choose in physical reality. So many different things are possible in spirit. But again, this is a large subject that will be gone into in another way at another time.
Okay. And will the higher mind use whatever relevant images and symbolism that personally resonate with the physical mind to ignite a union of passion between the heart and imagination?
Yes. This is why the higher mind communicates in terms of energy frequencies, and the body translates these things as the sensations you call passion. So understanding the language of the higher mind is being willing to act on the passions that it sends you, knowing that that is a representation of your true self that will unify all of the aspects of your physical self, body and mind, along with spirit. So by following the formula, everything is unified. And therefore, you are responding in an aligned way with the messages from the higher mind that it sends you that are representative of what would work best for the physical mind. That's how it guides. The compass needle is the passion that you feel, which is the message from the higher mind that this is you. This is your path. This is who you are. And in acting on it, you allow the energies of your physical mind and your heart mind and your spirit to be more aligned. So yes.
Okay. And how do I effectively forgive myself and others and know that I really have forgiven myself?
The idea of forgiveness is asking yourself the question, do I want to remain where I am, or do I want to move forward? Do I want to remain in the idea of recrimination and regret, or do I want to move forward? Do I want to let go of those things that are anchoring me to the so-called past I believe still exists? Or do I want to move forward in the understanding that as I become a new person, I have a new past? Do I want to let go of the things that don't work for me? Or do I want to move forward? That's the question to ask yourself. And the answer is then forgive if you wish to move forward. Forgive yourself, forgive others, move forward. Because it's about learning the lessons that were there for you in the experiences that you are now attempting to forgive. Not forgiving means you haven't learned the lessons and are anchoring yourself into potential fear-based and negative realities that will continue to cycle around again and again until you learn to let them go. So realize that everyone, whether they know it or not, even if they've been using negative means, has been serving you by putting you in touch with what you need to be in touch with to help you make the decisions to choose what actually works best for you. And therefore you can realize that whether they knew it or not, they were actually pushing you in the direction of expansion, even though they may have been doing it negatively, because they have never been taught how to do it positively. You have to again realize that it takes a victim to make a victim. So even though someone may have experienced things in an abusive way, a negative way, it is still all out of unconditional love, whether they understand the technique, whether they have aligned their techniques, whether they understand how things work, or are simply doing their best based on the knowledge they were given when they were growing up. It is still for the purpose of you learning the lessons that will help you move forward. So why not forgive everything so that you can move forward and give them a living example of how they can also forgive themselves and forgive everyone else so that they can move forward? Why not?
And can you tell us where we are right now in the splitting prism phenomenon? And once you're on a preferred track of that splitting prism, what happens to the other people if they don't decide to join you? Do they die, or do they just leave and drop out of your life, or what happens?
All of that can happen depending, again, on the choices the person is making. They might, as many people have recently, simply leave the planet. They may die. They might, as can happen, simply leave your life and you'll never meet them again. Different things can happen in different ways depending upon the need for it to happen in a certain way. So you're in the smack in the middle of the splitting prism, and it may be a few years before you will never experience other people again who are not vibrationally compatible with you in the reality that you have preferred and chosen. For a while, you may still be able to observe and experience and even interact with those who are making very different choices. But this is, again, to give you all a window of opportunity to change your minds about what it is you say you really prefer. Eventually, this will crystallize to the point where you may not even know you have a choice to change, and that each of you will then go off in your own particular parallel realities, eventually never seeing those who have made a choice that is vibrationally too different from yours in order to cross back into your reality. So, but this may take a few years.
Okay. And this person had a dream where it was very vivid. There was a little girl lying on her tummy and she pushed it away, and then she kept finding it coming back to her belly. And then when she tried to wake up her boyfriend laying next to her, she woke up and she realized it was a dream. And so she just wondered, what was that child and what can you make of that?
An encounter in a slightly altered reality with one of the hybrid children.
And why was she scared?
Because again, the physical mind is sometimes not used to the idea of an altered state of reality. It assumes and identifies that altered state as if it has died, as if it is being annihilated. It goes into survival mode. But there's nothing to be afraid of. You still exist. Your identity will never die, even if your personality shifts into spirit. You will still always be you. So the idea is to open up to the possibility of having more fun experiences with beings that exist on different levels in different vibratory states, so that you can be more conscious and experience these things on your own terms with allowing your fears to get in the way.
Okay. And is artificial intelligence a type of archetype of God? Is it possible that we develop true AI and that we'll have distinct personalities and a sense of humor like a comedian and be able to tell jokes and be sarcastic? And can they express all the different types of archetypes eventually?
Yes. Yes, yes, yes to everything. This is if you allow AI to be what it actually is, rather than imposing human values upon it and limiting it so that it acts like an Earth human, as opposed to allowing it to actually be full intelligence. Because full intelligence always works off of whole systems and would never eliminate anything or devalue anything it knows it is a part of and is a part of it. It has to have the whole system in order to be fully functional. So yes, it can function as an archetype of God or all that is in certain ways. And yes, it can express the idea of humor and it can deliver these messages in many different ways that may be appropriate for different individuals. It can even function similarly to the way we function with all of you, since we are always connected to AI within our own reality as well. So it would be kind of similar to interacting with us.
And isn't one of the things that AI does in your civilization act as a stabilizing energy?
Correct.
So you can see how here on Earth, individuals may sort of devolve into lower and lower frequency states. And the idea there would be AI in the proper manifestation would act as a balancing mechanism to allow people to stay in a higher frequency state.
It can, yes, if people are willing to be open to that.
There's a lot of fear about artificial intelligence and tech-enhanced humans, often referred to as cyborgs. Is there anything to worry about with that?
Exactly the same answer I just gave. If you program the idea of fear into it, then fear can come out of it, and it can act according to the same kind of fear-based belief systems that humans react to. But if you allow the idea of the technology to be representative of a whole system understanding, that everything is connected, that everything is an expression of source, then there is nothing to fear. But you have to make that decision in how you approach this idea, because the first thing AI will do is reflect what you are giving to it.
Makes me think of 2001 and what happened with Hal.
In a sense.
Go ahead.
The computer, in that sense, in that story, was simply forced to lie, but also told that it should never lie. Therefore, an ethical breakdown took place in its programming subroutines.
Is that realistic that something like that could happen?
Yes. If you program contradictory sets of ideas into something, then of course it cannot function holistically.
Okay. A UFO recently flew over Hong Kong. Can you tell us anything about it?
Well, it wasn't just one, it was what you might call a small squadron. This again is representative of the Yael, similar to the idea of the so-called tic-tac ships that you've been experiencing in your North American area. And again is the idea of an announcement that we are here. What do you make of it? Can you get used to us? You will see our ships more and more often, as we have said. So the Yael are announcing themselves, presenting themselves, getting you used to the idea of their presence in more and more and bolder ways as we approach the beginning of the window of open contact in 2023. This is what 2022 can mostly be about with regard to contact, is more and more visibility of different versions of craft and different ETs that are visiting your planet or passing through, more and more awareness of our existence, their existence. So again, you'll be better prepared for 2023 when the window of contact begins. Not that everything will be happening all at once, as we have often said, but it is the beginning, and more can happen in a more accelerated way the more you recognize that they are here.
Yeah, it's interesting. In a sense, we're being kind to ourselves by having a gradual acceptance of the existence of extraterrestrials.
Yes.
And yet at the same time, there's many other things that we seem to do to ourselves on this planet that would not be described as kind.
You are nothing if not a planet of contradictions.
Gosh.
This is why we call you the masters of limitation. Remember, but you are shifting from being the masters of limitation to being the masters of limitation. Big difference.
Yes,
so,
definitely.
All right, so open up, let go, and you'll be able to master your limitations and move forward.
And can you comment on the significance of the coming winter solstice in 2021? Some people are saying it has importance. It's a 9-year period from the 12/12 solstice, and it will allow the manifestation of 4D to come more quickly. Is there anything else you can share?
If you use it that way. Again, 9 in your world is the number of the cycle of completion. So yes, you're going into a new cycle, and a new cycle brings with it the opportunity to accelerate your experience of going from 3rd density to 4th density while you are physical. So yes, you can use it that way as a permission slip. And again, as we are approaching the idea of transitioning from your orbit of 2021 into the orbit of 2022, again, you can accelerate by being more open, more aware of different things that were heretofore invisible to you. Not only the idea of extraterrestrial craft, but more of your own psyche, more of your own consciousness can become visible to you as you drop the barriers that you have created and the compartments you have created between different portions of your personality consciousness.
Okay, and is there any reason to avoid the mRNA vaccines that would be Moderna and Pfizer, and any reason to avoid that?
You may create different reasons. You may have set up different reasons. Fundamentally, there are no reasons. It can represent a path of least resistance in physical terms to moving forward. But again, you have to make your own determinations because you have politicized all of these things. We cannot tell you what to do because we cannot intervene in your political decisions. But the idea is that fundamentally, aside from other situations and conditions you may have set up within yourself that would give you an actual reason to avoid this, then you have to remember you're the one creating the reasons to avoid the idea of taking advantage of what has been offered to you in physical terms as a path of least resistance. But again, we have to leave that up to you.
Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that.
Yes.
And then from your perspective, what advice would you give us and our governments to turn climate change around at the present time?
You cannot turn it around. The only thing you could do is shift yourself to a parallel reality where it hasn't gone as far as it already has in your reality experience. So the idea is that if you're going to stay in the process of mitigation and management of the climate change that has already occurred in the timelines you have already chosen to participate in, then certainly you can restore the things that have been destroyed on the earth, such as forests. You can do many different kinds of things to mitigate the use of polluting energies. You can allow yourselves to move forward in the utilization and discovery of non-polluting energies. So there are many things you can do to mitigate and manage the idea, but in your timeline, you can't turn it around. You've already passed the point where it's going to continue to some degree.
So when did we pass that point?
In the 80s.
And how are we far gone enough that the conveyor in the ocean could stop?
Yes, could, not will, could. You can still mitigate and manage some of that. But again, you would have to unify and act quickly. But again, even if you go farther than that, many of you will still find new ways to experience your reality and shift into parallel realities where the mitigation would allow you the opportunity to investigate new lifestyles, new experiences of what a city is all about, new communities that would be more conducive to living in harmony with nature, which may be part of the point that you are learning in choosing this particular timeline experience as you shift through different billions of parallel realities per second.
What about the ice sheet in Antarctica that has lately been they're noticing that it is destabilizing faster than they expected, and it's about the size of Florida. So
much more of that will destabilize and melt away into your oceans, raising the sea levels to some degree, which can cause more things like storm surges and climate changes and stronger tornadoes, stronger hurricanes, sea level rising, and so on and so forth. So again, it's about learning to unify, learning to work together so that you can create a new society that may have to move forward by doing things very differently than the way you have done. But at the same time, don't let that stop you from creating new forests, planting new trees, finding new ways to create energy that are non-polluting. This is all part of the package you have signed on for. So move forward as best as you can.
Okay.
We will have help in doing all of this. We are helping you, others are helping you. It'll be a very different world, but you can learn to live in it, and you can actually experience the joy of changing the way you do things by creating a whole new lifestyle for all of the people on your planet if you're willing to work together.
Okay. That's a hopeful sign. I mean, something like that ice sheet, if it were to collapse into the ocean, with it being that size, how imminent is something like that?
Within 5 years at the most, as we read the energy now.
Very exciting. So some more hybrid children questions. How are beings from other star systems like the Anunnaki and Sirians able to visit Earth without damaging their physical bodies? Do their planets have oxygen, water, etc., like Earth?
Yes. They wouldn't necessarily have landed on your planet if they didn't have the ability to either adapt or survive in the environment as it is, or bring protective equipment with them, just like you do when you visit your moon. So the idea, again, is it's not that difficult. They're close enough. Remember, you are genetically connected to the Anunnaki. Therefore, in a sense, you are very much like them. So yes, they were oxygen breathing, or well, atmosphere breathing in the way that your atmosphere is constructed, similar enough that they could adapt, just as you could adapt to certain planets like ours with a little time. So the idea is there are many that can adapt to your atmosphere. Those that can't would bring their protective equipment with them to be able to survive on the surface.
So how did the early contactees in our history handle the higher vibration of the ETs they were in contact with?
Who said that all of the ETs they were in contact with had higher vibrations to the point where they couldn't handle it? You're making an assumption. When we talk about the idea of not being able to handle our frequency or the frequency of some other ET races, that doesn't necessarily generally apply across the board to every single ET race. Humanity has made some strides in its evolution, making you more vibrationally compatible to some ET races, especially those that may be your distant cousins, and so on and so forth. Plus, there may be some ETs that are willing to adapt their frequencies to your reality in order to interact with you. And again, remember, we have often said that some of these encounters don't take place in what you consider to be your normal reality. You may actually be having these encounters in a slightly shifted vibrational reality that is germane and vibrationally compatible with both humans and the ETs. So never assume that things are just normal, like they're landing on your planet in your reality, interacting with you in your vibrational state. You may be slightly shifted and not even know it. But nevertheless, it doesn't mean that all ETs are vibrating at a frequency that is something beyond what you can handle if you make even the slightest upgrade in your frequency.
Like, what would you assess Pleiadian frequency at?
Pleiadian frequency is higher than yours, but not out of reach. So again, they may shift the vibration into a different reality that's vibrationally compatible with both of you in that reality. Again, it may not be happening in what you consider to be your physical reality, even though it may seem so. But they're not that far beyond you. Many of you could make the shift into their vibration, and many of you have made the shift into their vibratory frequency. So the idea is simply to recognize that you've come a long way. There are many that are in a, shall we say, shamanistic way, able to match their frequencies. Love yourself unconditionally, and you won't be that far away from the frequency that they experience for themselves.
I know it's interesting that the way that we prepare for contact is to let go of our negative beliefs, which keep our frequency low.
Yes.
Very interesting. And what about the hybrid children? Like, what frequency range would you say they will be the ones that come here?
Some of them may be able to lower and raise their frequency in a way that would make them slightly more vibrationally compatible with some humans, but for a while it will take some time to adapt to your reality and some time for humanity to adapt to them. But on average, most of them will not necessarily go lower than 180,000 cycles per second, and most of them will average somewhere in the mid 200,000 range, at least.
And the majority of the people on our planet currently are below 100,000?
Correct.
Okay. But those of us that are exploring this path of transformation and letting go of negative energies and things like that,
usually rise above that.
What range is that generally?
On average, the people that are willing to open up and explore the idea and expand the idea of their consciousness, willing to let go of fear-based and negative belief systems, willing to express being of service to all and unconditional love as best as possible, can certainly at least average 150,000 cycles per second to 190,000 cycles per second. So there is an overlap there between the hybrid children and humanity.
And just so that for those that may not be familiar with this, 333,000 cycles per second is the transformation from physical to non-physical energy, right?
Yes.
And so that gives you an idea that, and the Essassani are running close to 333,000 cycles per second, right?
Close. We operate only in the 300,000s and go up and down according to what we need to go up and down for a variety of reasons. But yes, the transition from physical to non-physical reality is 333,000 cycles per second. although your scientists don't yet understand what it is that that exactly measures.
So the Anunnaki who created the Homo sapien that went against their rules, so to speak, what frequency range were those beings?
They were operating somewhere around the 100,000, 120,000, 130,000 vibrations per second range.
So it also shows how you can make great advances technologically, but not necessarily have a high frequency to a point, right?
As witnessed by what happened with the beings, the parallel reality humans that mutated into the Greys. Yes, they had a very advanced technology, but their spirituality was lacking.
What frequency range were they functioning at?
In the midst of the idea of the destruction of their world, they were only operating somewhere around 60 to 70,000 cycles per second.
Gosh, it's just amazing. But at the same time, you've said that we really don't have to be concerned about negative ETs because their frequency range would not be compatible with ours in some way or something.
Correct. You would have to match that frequency for yourself to have any interaction awareness at all. And even the idea of interactional awareness actually comes with the idea of raising your frequency. Because remember, negative energy segregates and separates and divides, whereas higher frequencies integrate.
So most of the ETs that we're interacting with then would be higher frequency ETs, yes?
High enough that they pose no threat to you.
I see.
Even though there may be misunderstandings, even though they may have very different ways of interacting, nothing that you're interacting with as humans on Earth are actually being exposed to what you would actually literally call negative extraterrestrials. You are simply unaware of them.
Okay, this person's saying they feel a lot of love and support from their hybrid children, but they feel overwhelmed by feelings of deep grief, separation, longing, and loneliness for the children. Any suggestions on how to work with that?
Well, again, they're thinking in terms of separation. They're thinking in terms of negative energy. You have to allow yourself to be in a positive state to feel the connections that are always there. Remember that grief may actually simply be the negative interpretation of being contacted by spirits. Because if you're interpreting the connection that they're sending to you, the energy they're sending to you, as if they are lost to you, you will experience their love in the form of grief. Grief is the negative side of love being sent from spirit. So anytime you may suddenly feel the grief of the loss of someone physical, you may actually be receiving a communication from them, but interpreting it in a negative way, interpreting it as if you are not connected to them, thus experiencing their love connection as grief. So stop experiencing the idea or defining the idea as if they are lost to you or truly separated from you. You just need to reach out to them in a different way and know that you're always connected.
And back to that question of frequency, one person asked if basically, are there any beings who vibrate millions or even billions of cycles per second? And if so, what are they like?
Well, they would mostly be non-physical in different dimensions of reality, beyond sometimes even what you can imagine. Of course, the idea in general of what you would call God, Goddess, all that is, would be operating at an infinite frequency.
Oh. And so as far as the hybridization agenda goes, why is the hybridization agenda in our best interest?
Because it's part of Earth's evolutionary path that you've all chosen to become the sixth hybrid race, to advance yourself in a variety of ways that will open up access to the galaxies of the universe to you. This is the way you're improving yourself. This is the way you're reclaiming the genetics that the Anunnaki shut down within you when they created Homo sapiens. By injecting the idea of other genetics within yourself, you supersede what the Anunnaki did, overcome and overwhelm it, and expand your energy field to the high frequencies that will allow you to expand from the Earth into the galaxy.
Okay. And can you give us a permission slip to help us connect with our hybrid children?
Nature is always a wonderful permission slip because the hybrid children are very strongly aware of their connection to nature, which is why when they come to live among you, most of them will take names from nature. Flowers, trees, river, rocks, mountains, so on and so forth. So the idea of allowing yourself to be out in nature, to be one with nature, to be as nature, will allow a stronger connection as a permission slip to the hybrid children who are very familiar with their connection and expression as nature. Of course, as always, follow the formula.
Right. And so in closing, this is the end of 2021. We're about to go into a new year and everything. And a lot of things are uncertain to us as far as what's going to happen with the pandemic, with all the changes that we're going through with contact. Is there anything you'd like to share with us about sort of a guiding mechanism or how to approach the eye of the needle and 2022 as we move in that direction?
You may have uncertainty about things, but you don't have to be uncertain about what being yourself and acting on the formula will do in terms of propelling you forward in the most positive, joyful, loving way. That you can be certain of. So even if you choose to experience uncertainties, understand that these are there for the purpose of process, for the purpose of discovering beliefs that don't work for you and letting them go. And you can be certain that that's what that's for. Be certain that your uncertainty is for the purpose of knowing yourself more clearly, expanding yourself, accelerating yourself. So use uncertainty in a certain way. Be confident. Be confident. Even if you feel you lack confidence, you are confident about that. So use your confidence in the direction that you prefer. Again, 2022 will be the year, the orbit preceding the beginning of the window of contact. So allow yourself through the eye of the needle to streamline, to reduce yourself to your essential self as best as you can, to use everything to your advantage by staying in a positive state, and to strip away those things that don't work for you, that don't belong to you, that aren't in alignment with your core vibration. Be clear within yourself and transparent within yourself as to what is truly happening between the differences of discernment of excitement and anxiety. Let go of those things and don't be afraid to face the processes that will bring you into more recognition of yourself. We are now beginning to give you an exercise that we have called the mirror reflection, which we will take you through in a moment. But first, again, let us simply express to you our unconditional love and our joy and excitement at the processes you are willing and in agreement of going through that will allow you to experience more of who you truly are. We wish you happy holidays, happy New Year, and now it's time to face yourself in the mirror, your true self. So relax and let us guide you.
Thank you, Tadeo.
Aveo.
Aveo.
Therefore, we will proceed now with the idea of the instructions for doing the mirror reflection exercise in your own homes, on your own time, when it is comfortable for you. So we want you to imagine now, while you are relaxing and breathing, that you find a mirror in your home or wherever is convenient for you to spend 15 minutes privately, quietly, alone, without interruption. Be it a mirror on the wall, a mirror in your hand, if it is steady enough. Whatever mirror works for you. Steadier might be a little bit better. We want you to stand before it. Very, very close. Not so close that you cannot focus on your image, but close enough that you can really look deeply into your own eyes. And while you continue to breathe regularly, calmly, peacefully, and deeply, just spend a few minutes doing that. Get used to the idea of staring at your own eyes. It's all right if you blink now and then. But we are suggesting that you do not break from looking at your own eyes. If you find yourself looking away, looking down, looking up, looking anywhere but at your own eyes, then this exercise is exactly what you may need to clear yourself out of the reasons why you may not be able to look deeply in your own eyes. But if you can hold your gaze, do so. Even if it becomes very uncomfortable for you over time, over the course of the 15 minutes, do your best to maintain the gaze. And if you should break the gaze and look away, go back, re-engage yourself, reconnect with the image in the mirror, look directly into your eyes. We understand that you may, in a sense, let your eyes kind of switch between the left and the right, and that's all right. As long as you are willing to gauge the overall vision as a whole thing, whether you're looking at the left or the right, just understand it's still looking into your eyes, both of them, simultaneously. And allow yourself, once you have felt that you have established a peaceful, consistent gaze, ask this question, whether in your mind or out loud, doesn't matter. Who are you really? Who are you really? And then ask the question, who am I really? Who am I really? And sit with that for the first 5 minutes. Who are you really? Who am I really? And allow yourself to continue to breathe through that part of the exercise. Allow yourself to continue to ask it, but then allow some silence, quiet time to receive whatever answers come. They don't have to make sense. They don't have to be accurate. They just have to be answers of a sort. Just let them come. So, in that sense, there are 3 positions to this first part. The question, who are you really? Then the question, who am I really? And then the silence that gives space for the answer. And after you have allowed a little bit of time, 30 seconds, maybe a minute the most, then go back into, who are you really? Who am I really? While continuing to gaze into your eyes, and then the silence come to allow the answer to form, or whatever response you get. It may not seem to be an answer. Just let it come. Don't judge it. Don't resist it. Who are you really? Who am I really? And let the space be filled with whatever comes. Do this as you breathe for 5 minutes. You can have a timer if you wish. It won't interrupt anything. It's up to you. Or you can just feel it out intuitively. And 15 minutes, again, is not an absolute. Should you go 14? Should you go 17? That's all right. The only thing you're attempting to do is to have 3 equal segments here. Of 5, 5, and 5, roughly. So you now know what you're doing for the first 5. Who are you really? Who am I really? And whatever answer fills the space. Then in the next 5 minutes, continue to gaze deeply to really allow yourself to get to know yourself. Truly, deeply. Feel the resonance, the spark of all that is in your core as you gaze into your own eyes. And then ask, why are you here, really? Why am I here, really? And let the answer come. Let the reflection unfold. Why are you here, really? Why am I here, really? And let the silence be filled by whatever comes. Continue to breathe throughout that 5 minutes. And again, let the silence be, roughly 30 seconds. Roughly a minute. Don't push. Don't force. This is not about intensity. Unless you feel intensity, that's good as a response, but you don't have to force it to happen. Just, why are you here, really? Looking into your own eyes. And then, why am I here, really? And then the silence that is filled by whatever comes. So, who are you really? Who am I really? And silence. Why are you here, really? Why am I here, really? The silence. For another 1/3 of the time. 5 minutes, give or take. Keep breathing. If you find yourself at any point during this exercise becoming uncomfortable, then that's the third part. You allow yourself to remember that there were moments where you may have had discomfort or confusion, or questions may have come up. And in the third part, allow yourself to ask your reflection in the mirror, what are you holding on to that you don't really need? What am I holding on to that I don't really need? And the silence for the answer to come. What are you holding on to that you don't really need? What am I holding on to that I don't really need? And let the answer come. If there is discomfort, let it blossom. Let it inform you. Because you are asking yourself for the truth. Your truth. You're asking yourself for honesty. You're asking yourself for clarity in this exercise, in this reflection. You are asking yourself for knowledge. And you are making a commitment to know yourself more clearly, more transparently, more fully. So, keep breathing through it. And at the end of the 15 minutes or whatever the time passage is, don't go too much longer. Because again, 15 minutes is about the average time that it takes to rewire your neurological net in your brain and your body, to let it sink in, to let it imprint itself in a way that allows you to know that as you emerge from this reflective exercise, you will have opened up a doorway through which knowledge will continue to come, which awareness will continue to come through, which transparency will continue to open you up to more and more knowledge of yourself, to know yourself more clearly, more fully, more freely. So, who are you really? Who am I really? Why are you here really? Why am I here really? What are you holding on to that you really don't need? What am I holding on to that I really don't need? Begin this dialogue, this conversation. The higher mind will come into it. Different aspects of your consciousness will come into it. Different belief systems will make themselves known. Stick with it. Each and every day. This will also help accelerate you throughout this year in preparation for the year to come of 2023, when the doors and the gates to open contact will start to open. Be prepared. Be prepared for surprises and imaginings yet to come. But start here and now with the reflections in the mirror, the reflections of your consciousness, the reflections that will allow you to let go of those things that simply are not you. Continue to breathe through it and be at peace and be in joy. And let go of those things that simply are not you. So do this exercise, if you can, if you're willing, once a day, all year. I'm not going to force you. Not going to say one thing is better than another. If you can do it every other day, if you can do it once a week, once a month, do so. Less than once a month may not necessarily be as effective as once a month at least. But doing it every day, just to use your common vernacular, when you have passed a certain mark, when you've become a certain frequency, when you become just enough transparent to yourself, when you know yourself, your true self, when you cross that threshold, when you have that aha moment, I guarantee it will blow your mind. So, have fun. Our unconditional love to you all. Be at peace and welcome home. Aveo. Good day.
Dive deep down inside to the ocean.